You can continue the attendance. You can continue the attendance. Attendance. No, we still don't have sound attendance. Maybe it's someone.
Perhaps we run it from
Okay, it's fine. We'll run it from outside, attendant. Can you please stop sharing?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, but we'll share it from outside.
Okay, I think I'll be able to share it now. Just one more time. Is that okay?
Tatenda, we are sharing it from outside.
Okay, all right.
Bonjour, je suis Madame Sahni Fadel-Maya, vice-présidente de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, et également rapporteure spéciale sur les demandeurs d'asile, les réfugiés, les migrants et les déplacés internes en Afrique. Je suis tout à fait ravie de pouvoir vous entretenir sur la question des déplacés internes, d'autant plus que pour votre programme de master, ce que l'on appelle le Global Classroom du Centre des droits de l'homme, a choisi pour cette année une étude ou encore une formation sur les déplacés internes en Afrique. Je remercie également les organisateurs pour m'avoir invité et de pouvoir également vous donner quelques éléments sur le thème du déplacement interne en Afrique. Alors, pour rappeler les faits, le contexte africain est un contexte de grande mobilité. L'Afrique bouge énormément. Et dans cette mobilité, les personnes vont entretenir des relations tout d'abord avec le territoire, avec les frontières et également avec d'autres individus. La mobilité en Afrique s'articule autour de trois catégories. On circule parce qu'on est un demandeur d'asile et on prétend être réfugié. On circule également parce qu'on veut effectivement espérer une vie meilleure dans le cadre de ce que j'appelle la migration économique. On circule également à l'intérieur du pays. Donc, il y a une mobilité transfrontalière, mais il y a également une mobilité interne. Et c'est cette mobilité interne qui constitue ce que l'on appelle une sorte de déplacement forcé en Afrique. Alors, les déplacements forcés en Afrique sont très importants. Tout d'abord, le continent africain compte, je pense, le plus grand nombre de déplacés internes par rapport à d'autres continents. Les déplacements internes sont issus essentiellement de causes que j'appellerais des causes endémiques autour des pays africains. Première cause de déplacés internes, les conflits, les crises internes, les exactions massives des droits de l'homme. Deuxième cause de déplacement, il s'agit également des grands projets de développement qui sont initiés par les États. Troisième cause, il s'agit des catastrophes naturelles ou encore tout ce qui impacte la nature par rapport au changement climatique et des déplacements forcés. Tous ces déplacements sont des déplacements forcés. Comment l'Afrique prend-elle en charge ces déplacements forcés? Alors, il y a eu tout d'abord, dans le cadre de certaines sous-régions, qu'on appelle les communautés économiques régionales, la prise en considération du déplacement forcé des populations et également la prise en compte d'un cadre juridique en ce qui concerne des protocoles de libre circulation, mais également des protocoles de protection de ces déplacements forcés. De l'autre côté, nous nous apercevons que depuis pratiquement plus de 20 ans, ces déplacements forcés deviennent chroniques, ils deviennent endémiques. Comment l'Afrique va-t-elle pouvoir prendre en charge ces défis? Tout d'abord, les Nations Unies, notamment le Haut-Commissariat pour les réfugiés, avaient élaboré ce qu'on appelle les grands principes directeurs concernant le déplacement interne, et ce, en 1998. Certains États africains qui connaissaient déjà ce contexte de déplacement forcé avaient pris en charge ces déplacements en appliquant les principes directeurs relatifs au déplacement interne, en sachant très bien que ces principes directeurs constituaient du droit mot, soft law, c'est-à-dire des principes non contraignants. Petit à petit, l'Afrique a pris conscience que ces déplacements forcés devaient être soutenus par un cadre juridique contraignant. C'est ainsi que plusieurs réunions dans le cadre de l'Union africaine ont été organisées pour pouvoir aboutir à l'élaboration d'une convention qui est la Convention de Kampala sur l'assistance et la protection des personnes déplacées en Afrique. Convention qui a été adoptée en 2009 et qui est entrée en vigueur en décembre 2012. Cette année, et avec notamment votre formation, vous allez pouvoir également célébrer, commémorer les 10 années de la Convention de Kampala. Nous attendons avec impatience le 6 décembre 2022 pour pouvoir faire un bilan, une évaluation de la mise en œuvre de la Convention de Kampala. Il faut dire que l'Afrique a été le premier continent à adopter un instrument contraignant, c'est-à-dire obligatoire, qui regroupe à peu près 31 États. 31 États sont partis à la Convention de Kampala. Il reste à peu près une dizaine d'États qui n'ont ni signé ni ratifié la Convention de Kampala et d'autres États qui ont tout simplement signé la Convention de Kampala, mais n'ont pas encore franchi le stade de la ratification. La Convention de Kampala a permis également de mettre en évidence les causes des déplacements forcés en Afrique, pour les reprendre, sont tout d'abord les conflits internes, les crises, les tensions internes, dans lesquelles nous avons également les catastrophes naturelles qui poussent les populations à se déplacer, de même que les grands projets de développement qui sont initiés par les États. La Convention de Kampala impose aux États africains tout d'abord de protéger toutes les personnes contre le déplacement forcé. Les États également ont l'obligation de respecter l'ensemble des droits dont doivent bénéficier les populations déplacées. La Convention de Kampala appelle également à la coopération avec l'Union africaine et également avec les agences humanitaires. Sans oublier que lorsque la cause du déplacement s'impose et que les populations doivent choisir des solutions durables, notamment la réinstallation ou le retour dans leur lieu de résidence habituel, il faut que ce processus soit inclusif. C'est-à-dire qu'il faut consulter également les populations. C'est dire combien la Convention de Kampala mérite encore d'être exploitée et d'être explorée. Elle n'a pas encore livré toutes ses potentialités. À cela s'ajoute que les États qui ont ratifié la Convention de Kampala ont été instruits et même diligentés de prendre en considération l'implantation de cette Convention dans les lois internes. C'est dire que l'Union africaine avait déjà élaboré une loi moderne sur l'implantation de la Convention de Kampala. À l'heure actuelle, le Niger a été le premier pays à avoir initié une loi interne d'implantation de la Convention de Kampala. En avril 2017, la première conférence des États partis à la Convention de Kampala s'est réunie au Zimbabwe, à Harare, et un plan d'action avait été adopté pour suivre la mise en application de la Convention de Kampala. À l'heure actuelle, il faudrait également rappeler que dans le cadre de l'article 14, alinéa 4 de la Convention de Kampala, tous les États partis à la Convention de Kampala concernant les déplacements forcés et qui auront adopté également des législations susceptibles de prendre en considération les obligations qui pèsent à l'endroit des États, sont obligés de présenter un rapport devant la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. À ce jour, seul le Cameroun a présenté l'année dernière son rapport concernant la mise en œuvre de la Convention de Kampala. Je m'adresse donc à vous, à tous ceux qui, en charge notamment du programme qui va vous être développé, et également aux étudiants sélectionnés dans le cadre de ce programme de master, de prendre en considération tout d'abord l'évaluation de la mise en œuvre de la Convention de Kampala, de réfléchir également aux défis que pose la problématique du déplacement interne en Afrique. À ce titre, et pour conclure, je vous souhaite une très bonne formation, des travaux très riches, des débats également éloquents sur le déplacement forcé en Afrique. Encore une fois, je remercie les organisateurs de ce programme de m'avoir invité. Merci.
We thank the Special Rapporteur for her message, despite her not being here. She was very willing to do a video message, even if she was not here with us. So now we'll have an expert panel on internal displacement and climate change. And I'm very happy to see like two of our experts are from the African region. Yay. First, we have Zoe Aliosi, who's the Global Campus Teaching Fellow. I invite you to come here to make the presentation.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Assam, for the great introduction. So I'm going to focus on climate justice. I'm going to very briefly highlight some important information from a climate justice perspective that will be useful in studying IDPs. So in looking at the question of IDPs, we will wear the climate justice glasses, let's say. So I'm the IMA teaching fellow. I'm based in Venice at the Global Campus of Human Rights, and I teach climate justice and human rights. So, work. Okay. First thing, this is a very short talk. So I wanted to focus on issues that I find useful and important in highlight. I want to start by setting the scene. So I'm listening to people talking about climate change, and we miss to identify that it's not just climate change that we look at. We are currently under a climate emergency. So for example, we're saying in the future, we might see these worst effects of climate change. No, it's not like that. Climate change is here. So we already seeing the worst effects of climate change. We're already seeing violations of rights because of the worst effects of climate change. So I want you to keep these two words, leaders worldwide and climate emergency. I highlighted those because these are the people that should be held accountable, okay? We are looking at responsibility. So it's the states, the leaders. So the climate crisis is happening now. This is my message, with devastating consequences for those already fleeing conflict. Now, what is climate justice? I like these pictures because you can see that it's basically where climate change and social justice meet, okay? People ask me, are human rights different from climate justice? No, human rights are the spine of climate justice. So the scope of climate justice is international, national, and intergenerational, which is very important. So we're talking about the rights of future generations. Now, we're looking at climate justice as the way to identify which groups are worstly affected by the worst effects of climate change. So the vulnerable groups, we're looking at the vulnerability principle. Another principle is the equal but differentiated responsibilities. So global warming is an issue of human rights and environmental justice. Now, some dimensions of climate justice, very quickly, are unequal responsibilities. So you can see we use the same language as human rights. We are looking at unequal impacts of climate change. So who is more adversely affected by the extreme weather events that will increase in frequency and intensity? We look at the unequal impacts of policy responses to climate change. So more inequalities, more injustices are being generated by these policies. This is why we're advocating for the important inclusion of human rights in any policy, let's say, that is being created. And we are looking at procedural justice. So who has the power to make and affect policy responses to climate change? But most importantly, and it's also relevant to looking at the question of IDPs, is who makes people, or no, what makes people socially vulnerable to extreme weather events? Okay, well, who is the most vulnerable? Women, right? Indigenous groups, and so on and so forth. So very simple. I like this graphic here. So climate justice can be understood as being comprised by human rights, the sustainable development goals, and responsibility. So responsibility is very important in climate justice. We want to see who is responsible for these rights violations. I also like this piece of art because this is the reality we are facing. This is an artwork and it is dubbed Politicians Debating Global Warming. And as you can see, even today we are still have to deal with this climate inaction, as we say. Going back, I just want very quickly to introduce you to climate justice, but I want to go back to the question of IDPs and look again at the definition of IDPs. So the previous days already, we have been looking at the definition and other speakers have analyzed in very good ways. But I want us to focus on this part, as you can see, the highlighted part, which says natural or human-made disasters. So people that are forced to flee their homes because of natural or human-made disasters. This is relevant to the climate justice field. However, I reflected on that and I realized, how much time?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Because I have so many things I want to tell you, but so you see here natural, which we can understand that it can include climate-related disasters, but it says or human-made disasters. But looking from the climate justice classes, natural disasters from a climate justice perspective is the human-made disasters that we deal with. We are not dealing with the climate change that naturally occurs. We are looking at what kind of climate change disasters have been fueled by anthropogenic, like we say, harms. Yes? So this definition actually includes exactly what climate justice is about. And I find that interesting. This is how we understand climate justice. If you want to understand, we don't look at the whole area of climate change. We look at harms that are being fueled by human action. So the anthropogenic, only this, in order to also attribute responsibility. So who is responsible for that? What is happening? But I need to have it in the presenters view because I have this animation.
I think the presentation doesn't work together with the online.
Okay,
So
because you know, I have this animation, look, if I put it here, like that, and I do that, then whoo! Then look, it changes color. But okay.
more people online cannot see these changes in the color.
But I made
I'll just do it like that.
You will tell us the effects.
Yes, I'll just do theater here. I'll just tell you when the color change. But I wanted to if you understand that this is what climate justice looks when we're dealing with climate change, only at the human-made disasters or the climate change disasters that were fueled by human action, the anthropogenic, like we say, harms. This is basically the definition of climate justice, and it's because I have some examples to prove that. Natural or human-made disasters. For example, IDPs are being displaced because of floods. Deforestation is the natural disaster. If then occurs, floods occur. It's a human-made disaster. So climate justice comes to play to analyze these issues. Land and water contamination. It is a natural disaster, but it is humans that created the disasters, right? Ocean damage. It is anthropogenic harms that created these disasters. This is what climate justice looks at. Deep sea mining. It doesn't happen naturally. It are the humans against that the anthropogenic, like we say, harms. Oil spills, right? So this is what climate justice is about. It's about, yes, the natural disasters, but the human-made natural disasters. Air pollution, industrial emissions, right? Now, as we know, according to reports, climate change has been identified as one of the most important, let's say, drivers for internal displacement. Now, according to the World Bank report, by 2050, if no action is taken, there will be more than 143 million internal climate migrants across these three regions. These are not, these are individuals, these are people, these are 143 million internally displaced people because of climate change. So this is why climate change and climate justice should be put on the top of the negotiations and of the discussions, and not being discussed as something, as a what if, or a scenario that might happen. It has been proven scientifically that these predictions will take place. So I don't know how much time I have. I know I have 15 minutes. Am I?
3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay, so let's pray for the climate. Now, you can see here, for example, in the latest COP26, that the UNHCR urged all parties to combat the growing and disproportionate impacts of the climate emergency on the most vulnerable countries and communities, and in particular, those displaced and their hosts. So they need to support vulnerable countries and communities in their efforts to rapidly scale up prevention and preparedness measures to avert, minimize, and address displacement. However, we keep on dealing with these empty political promises and discussions, and this is why we all have a role to play in this field, by speaking up, by voicing these issues. Last but not least, you can find my presentation. I'm sure it can become available to all of you. This has been taken from the latest IDMC report, the global report on internal displacement. And as you can see, the third key message says that disasters, mostly cyclones and floods, continue to trigger most internal displacements in 2021. So it's even in the global report that climate disasters are the most important drivers for internal displacement. So that's it for me. I just wanted to highlight this issue from a climate justice perspective and explain that it is the anthropogenic harms that we're looking at, and explain that this is the most important driver for internal displacement right now. And it's a very useful tool for anyone looking at the question of IDPs to understand what kind of tools can be used to analyze these issues. So thank you very much. And
Thank you very much, Zoe, and thank you very much for keeping time. I think that's very important since we all want to have enough time for debates and questions at the later stage. So after Zoe, we'll have a presentation from Dr. Ellis Sukala, who is our Children's Rights Unit Manager at the Center for Human Rights. Ellis, please.
Thank you. Could I put it on?
Put it top because the receivers at the bottom.
Nice. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to those who are here for the first time and those who've enjoyed what we refer to as the Madiba Call. Some of us take it normally, but for some of you might be the first time. So welcome to Pretoria and of course the center. I also want to give a shout out, we didn't speak about it, but to my supervisor, doctoral supervisor, director and boss, Professor Elena Piriataniemi.
I'm approaching.
And I was looking right up there. Thank you. Thank you. From Åbo Academy in Finland. And also to my colleagues on the Children's Rights Group, the Global Campus that we meet every month, now coordinated by Tobekile, who is right here with us. But today we want to look at something else. We want to speak about children and their place or their position in this very topical issue called climate change and the impact that it has on internal displacements. One common thing that we all have, all of us, is that we've all been children before. So we have different experiences. Either we have been through abusive family situations, or we were through flourishing family situations, but that common denominator stays, that we've all been children. And for that, we relate to some of the things I'm going to say, or at least we sympathize with those who have faced the devastating effect of climate change. I had a presentation, I had a slide. But when I followed the online conversation yesterday, I changed my topic, I changed my direction, because you were inundated with statistics and so much stats that speak about issues around the impact of climate change and internal displacement. But the focus is still on children. And the reason is because these are issues that are technically pushed to the back, or they are not in more situations, or in a scholarly situation or in an advocacy situation, taken seriously. But if we look at it more closely, the fact that families are displaced, and in a family context, you will find a child in that space. So statistics that refer to children are very, very scarce. But I'll give you two examples. And the reason why I'm going to make these examples is because they're very recent. And these are issues that some of us have seen in the news, read in the papers, and also sympathize with from a distance. And this is what happened in Madagascar, and what happened as well in Durban, in South Africa, just this year, 2022. According to recent statistics, and this is UNICEF stats, which clearly identified the number of children that were displaced because of the cyclone that took place in Madagascar, close to 133,000 children were displaced because of the cyclone. Now, this is a study that was done based on the statistics that were gathered in that particular country. As a center, we also experienced it in our own way, where one of the students couldn't travel back because the country was locked down. And because of all of these issues, the student stay in South Africa was delayed, but later on moved back to Madagascar. Now, we look back in Durban, and you can Google all of this information, you will see them online. If we look at the situation that happened in Durban, here in South Africa, and by the way, we are only 6 hours away from Durban. I don't mean that we should stay, but these are things that could happen, right? Climate justice does not discriminate. It can hit even those who think they are as affluent as possible, and those who think they are well placed in communities. I have the best house and the most solid foundation. It can affect you. We saw videos of houses that were hanging on poles. But what the government did, and according to the stats, especially from the police statistics that they released, there were so many children out of the 400 people who passed on. And I remember very well, on the 15th of May, where are we? We're in May, right? Yes, June now. On the 15th of March, when we launched our climate justice campaign, that on that same day, about 6 children were being buried. So you can also look at it from a broader displacement. It could be children displaced in terms of movement and location, or children completely taken away from life or earth because of the impact of climate change. On that same day, about 6 children were buried. And I can draw inspiration from that, or rather draw knowledge from that point to say there were many others that were not flagged. So for me, it is not a situation of how many children are involved or how many children are affected by this. It is how do we find solutions? How do we mitigate these issues? And state parties have a very big role to play. As you all know, we are a uniquely positioned continent when it comes to children's rights issues, that we look at 2 instruments, the UN Convention on Rights of the Child and the African Children's Charter. We have those both are binding the continent. And we also have that gift that we have the UN CRC Committee or the Children's Rights Committee and the African Children's Rights Committee. In terms of climate, the UN body, Children's Rights Committee, seems to have made some progress. But at the African region, on the African region, we haven't. The most recent that I noticed was that during the last session, 39th session of the Children's Rights Committee, they now went on to appoint a climate justice committee to work on issues around climate. What am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that it is time for us to start mitigating. It is time for us to start bringing cases at the national level to tick the boxes, the exhaustion of local remedies, and to take them into the continent to ensure that state parties, especially those who have signed either the Paris Agreement or those who are state parties to the African Children's Charter and the UN Convention on Rights of the Child, that they take specific notice of what is happening now. The adequacy of these two instruments is very glaring. In fact, they were adopted 31 years ago, when issues around climate change were not that pronounced. They were not here with us. We could not feel them 6 hours away from us. So there you can easily pick up the fact that they are not adequate in terms of protecting or intentionally mentioning issues around climate change. But you can draw synergies, you can draw lines in terms of the rights that exist in those instruments, the right to life, the right to health, the right to housing, if that is not very clear in both, or the right to cultural activities, to enjoy leisure and all whatnot, and how all these things are affected when children are displaced, and how all these elements, issues around education, where children, when they are displaced, they are unable to come back to their point of origin to enjoy the rights to education. But what I found out was the fact that at the UNCRC committee, there is a case. Yes, there is one where the African Children's Committee could draw inspiration from. We are allowed, according to the Children's Rights Charter. But this case, the uniqueness of this case is, it amazed me, and I'll tell you why it did. It was brought against Argentina, and most of us might have interacted with the facts of this communication. It affected Argentina, or brought against Argentina, but it had friends, if you can look at them, that supported their communication from close to 9 different countries, including South Africa, Brazil, the United States of America, and you can name them. There were 10 together in this communication. Now, if you have to apply your international law lessons and the issues of ticking the boxes, exhaustion of local remedies, admissibility, and all whatnot, when the committee examined the facts that were brought in front of them in this case, what the committee did was the committee rejected the case based on the non-exhaustion of local remedies. And Argentina put a very strong case forward, in my opinion, after reading the facts, is that Argentina said we had ombudsmen, we have provisions in the constitution, we have all these structures that were not, or maybe those remedies were not exhausted at that level. But so based on that argument and many other things that they mentioned, the committee then found that there is need to reverse the case back to Argentina. But there were 2 things that struck me in the case. 2. One, the fact that the complainants said the impact of climate change is not a future threat. It is present with us. And that is true. I do not need to give you stats. I do not need to tell you about it. We know it, don't we? But we need now to start getting states accountable without being emotional about it, but ensure that we tick all the boxes that are necessary. Do not miss any. So that we get our state parties to the Paris Agreement, state parties to the UN CRC, and state parties to the African Children's Rights Charter, so that they start being accountable. The Durban Floods has happened now, to the best of my knowledge, almost 3 years. But the state currently, as we speak, has no measure or has not put any mitigating situation in place to limit the impact of that situation in Durban. So for me, on behalf of the children and your past as former children, I think those of us who can mitigate, we should start. And when we do that, we should ensure that we exhaust as possible all local remedies so that our cases are validated at the international bodies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fukala. I have very good panelists today. Everyone is keeping to their time, so you have very high pressure, Jagide. So our next panelist, no, before I get to the next panelist, I just wanted to mention one thing. You can see the interconnectedness with the global campus, with Elvis working at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria, having been supervised by Elena there. So it's not like while you're doing the masters, you can also discuss about with different coordinators who are here, whether like in case you're interested to do your doctoral studies at a future stage. So it won't be strange if someone from the caucus will be doing their doctorate with us, or if our students go somewhere else. So that's an opportunity to discuss with the coordinators that are here. So now we have a presentation by Professor Jagide Ademola. I also want to mention that he's also an alumnus of the Global Campus. He did the HRDA program in 2008. So Jagide, please welcome.
Thank you, Ashwani. I'm glad to be here this morning, and I want to say.
It is too tall. Nice. You can see you.
Then I was far away from it.
No, not too far. Yes.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh. Thank you. Once again, good morning. She will say I'm long, not tall. Yeah, you are the best. Yeah, I want to say once again, good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to share this platform with my colleagues and of course, stand before this wonderful audience to share some thoughts in relation to Kampala Convention and climate-induced displacement. We cannot overstate the importance of Kampala Convention. As we have had the African Union Special Rapporteur for asylum seekers and refugees, mention the importance of the Kampala Convention. And when we look at the realities in Africa in terms of climate change and its adverse consequences, we cannot but agree with the fact that this is a time to use more and more the convention, and we have not used it enough. And one of the things I'm going to be doing is just to flash the important provisions within the convention, which I feel perhaps have been underutilized. So I'm going to be stressing that. And I want to say that, whether we talk in terms of slow onset or sudden onset, or shall we say climate-related conflict or climate development, induced displacement, there's no way we cannot, we will not know that Kampala Convention is so important, because in terms of its provisions, Article 1C, for instance, define what an internal displaced person means in the context of the convention. And of course, it extends it to those displacements arising from a natural disaster and human-made disaster. And Article 5.4 of the same Kampala Convention goes ahead to say that climate change is one component of human-made natural disaster, human-made disaster rather. So this is very important for us to know that we have a convention that the first of its kind, which at that level, at that regional level, gives us a legally binding provision relating to the link between climate change and internal displacement in Africa. And of course, we also have the model law, which was passed in 2018, which sort of, was put in place to ensure that national legislations are put in place to reflect, the content of the Kampala Convention in terms of its implementation. We've seen nations, including Somalia, Niger Republic, Zambia, indicating, being shaped by the provision of the Kampala Convention. And as a matter of fact, I think the Somalia IDP policy actually indicated that climate change is the root cause of internal displacement in Somalia. And so this is one of the usefulness that Kampala Convention has sort of brought in terms of its implementation at the domestic level all over Africa. And and Kampala Convention is also an instrument which is which can serve as a legal basis to drive a right-based approach towards looking at climate-induced displacement. People do argue about the legal status of the convention. Some say it's just a convention that imposes states' obligations. That it's not a convention that stipulates for human rights. Perhaps it's rightly so, but the reality is that there's no way we can, appreciate Kampala Convention without acknowledging the fact that it is a human rights instrument. It is a human rights instrument because when we look at some of its provisions, particularly Article 21, refers to the African Charter, saying that the provisions of the African Charter which protects rights shall be used in the interpretation of the convention. And of course, Article 22 also goes further to say that the convention shall apply without prejudice to the provisions that recognize rights in international human rights law as well as the international humanitarian law. So this, in a way, shows that the convention is not only an instrument that imposes state obligations, it's also an instrument that we can actually call a human rights instrument in terms of its provision. And that is so important when we talk about convention, and that is the more reason why I say it is important for us to use it more often. And of course, part of the provision of the convention also deals specifically with state obligation, and particularly obligations of imposed on non-state actors in terms of Article 3H, which it call upon the states to regulate the activity of non-state actors. Activities of non-state actors are so important when we talk about climate change in terms of its causation and in terms of its consequences in Africa. When we talk about multinational corporations, we all know what happened with multinational corporations. They are the heart of activities leading to environmental degradation, and of course, some of the activities in terms of combustion of fossil fuels are also around climate change, and of course leads to its adverse consequences. And because it's been so difficult to bring these non-state actors to justice, it makes even the necessity for us to use Kampala Convention very auspicious as far as African continent is concerned. So, because one of the challenges that the African continent faces in terms of the power, political power, will commanded by these non-state actors. You try to sue them at the domestic level is problematic because it's like suing the state. And even when you get justice at the end of the day, the justice becomes hollow because you need the cooperation of the state to implement it. Which is why in a number of litigation, you see all sorts of litigations happening in Europe. People from Nigeria going to Britain or Pabi and Shell litigating in British legal system. Some going to the Netherlands to do that because it's so difficult to get them litigated in their respective countries. So, and I feel that if we put Kampala Convention to use, it is an handy instrument which we can use to hold these non-state actors hold them for justice. And of course, when we look at the provision, there are also provisions which deal with justice and remediation. Some of which I've mentioned. If you look at Article 12.2 of the convention, this with the need to put in place national legislative framework to ensure that those who are those who are displaced by climate change are able to access justice, have access to fair trial and all that, and have access to appropriate remediation and reparation necessary for their livelihood. And Article 23 also sort of confirms that. So I'm rounding up. I just want to say that it is important that Kampala Convention be put into use, more than presently we have. And of course, what do I mean by it being put into use? I think it's important that we have, like my colleague said, we have a pioneering case. There is no pioneering case at the African level, at the African regional human rights system level when we talk about climate change. I mean, not one in relation to climate change, let alone climate-induced displacement. So there's a necessity for us to sort of, as civil society members and of course academics to look into this possibility. And I think, climate change issues, particularly climate-induced displacement, needs to be more feasible in the work of the special rapporteur, particularly at the African level. I know quite yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about implementation, that there is a need for us to put in use the Kampala Convention. That's so important because as we speak presently, there's no pioneering case on climate change, talk less of climate-induced displacement. So it is important for us as members of the civil society and of course academia to put hands together and ensure that a pioneering case perhaps is instituted at that African Union human rights system level. And of course, I'm also saying that it's important that the mandate holder for refugee and asylum seeker at the African Union level makes issue of climate change and internal displacement, particularly its nexus, more feasible in the work that they do. So thank you very much for the presentation, for giving me the audience.
Very much, Jigide. So our panelists have provided us with an overview of how climate change can lead to internally displaced persons. Zoe highlighted that climate justice has three components. If I followed the class in the lecture, it was sustainable development goals, human rights, and responsibility. So we need to have all these three components to ensure that we have climate justice. Elvis came and spoke a little bit about how climate change impacts on children. And his main contention was that in addition to looking at statistics, we need to see how we can protect children from climate-induced displacement, but also look specifically at climate change and how it's affecting countries and how government should take policies to make sure that climate change does not lead to natural disasters without the government not doing anything. He emphasized on mitigation. And he highlighted the Argentinian case for us. I think it's a very interesting case. Maybe you should give us the name of the case for the students and anyone who is interested to go and look it up. But I'm sure if you write Argentina and climate change case, you will find it. Jigidi mentioned the importance of the Kampala Convention because this is the first legally binding document on IDPs that we have, and it is only at the African level. Unfortunately, it would have been good if, similar to the Istanbul Convention of Violence Against Women, it would have been applicable to any country from outside Africa, but unfortunately it applies only to the African context. And he said that African states need to use the convention more to make sure that there's no climate-induced displacement. So this was a summary of what was presented here to you by our esteemed panel. I don't know if you have any questions. I see something on the chat, so I'm just going to open that. Okay. Okay. Any question for the panel? Anyone else who has a question can come and line up.
Actually, maybe a question for Zoe.
Can you put them?
Yes. You kind of hinted that states are responsible, if I understood well, for climate change. But today, when we have this kind of capital is very strong, and sometimes circulation of capital is not controlled by states. How would you comment on this, and do states play a role in this? What can be done? Because I sometimes have a feeling that you know, capital corrupts or plays together with state leaders, and then how do we stop this, or do we even feel that, yeah, it plays a role in this climate change?
Thank you very much, Cindy.
Thank you to all our speakers. Thank you to all our speakers this morning. My question relates to what she just said. One, how do we hold state to account or to be responsible? Because I'm frustrated with my own government. We see all of, and then bringing me now to my second question, which is the role of multilateral companies. And of course, they're working, you know, in partnership sometimes with the governments, especially under the so-called investment, you know, endeavors that are happening in a lot of African countries. You see Western-based or even some Eastern, like Chinese companies doing, you know, huge development projects that you clearly see has devastating impact on the environment, but nothing is being done about it. So how do we really act? What do we do to stop some of these things? Yes, we need the money, but we also need to, you know, secure the future. And that's really my concern. How do we get states to act, both for the issues of children and also, you know, implementing, for example, like the Kampala Convention?
Yes, thank you also from my side to all three speakers. It's very, very interesting and challenging. You know, and my question is very similar to the two other speakers who came to intervene. Sorry. You know, I think, Zoe, you started by aligning the climate justice agenda with the human rights agenda, among other things. And I think that was followed up by both of the subsequent speakers. Elvis talked about the importance of strategic litigation, you know, and holding states accountable. And you spoke also about how to engage non-state actors. And I think this is all within the familiar human rights framework, and it's extremely important, and it's part of why we're here. And yet I can't help feeling slightly uncomfortable. You know, you raised also, Zoe, the question of responsibility. And the human rights framework works fairly comfortably, you know, with the division between duty bearers and rights holders, between perpetrators and victims and so on. With regard to climate justice and climate change, we're all responsible. We here are responsible too. And it's not always totally straightforward, you know, who are the culprits and who are the victims, yes. And I think you very clearly diagnosed the problems, but you raised the question of responsibility, but you didn't answer it, I think, in a certain sense. And of course, it's not so easy, but I think climate justice confronts us with an intellectual sort of landscape that doesn't neatly fall within those polarizing terms. You know, sometimes, yes, you can find particular deforestation cases where you can say, here are clear, you know, violations that have consequences and so on. But many things are much less clear cut. And I feel we need to somehow own responsibility in a much more ambiguous manner somehow. So clearly, there are issues of holding non-state actors accountable, including corporate enterprises and so on. And yet we depend on them for finding new technologies that can help us with clean energy solutions or whatever else it might be, you know. And we want to hold state accountable, but states are to a large extent also somehow victims, or at least not totally empowered. And then there's a question of extraterritorial obligations and extraterritorial impacts and so on. And so all I'm trying to say is just the whole intellectual landscape becomes really complicated when we deal with climate justice. But I think you put important issues on the agenda.
Thank you so much, Kennedy. Thank you for the wonderful presentations you made. I would like to hit on and ask Zoe what she said. You focused on the fact that most of these climate changes are human-induced, which is very true. Talked about deforestation, among other factors. But when you come to the factual reality, Africa is still way behind. Back in my village, people need to cook daily, but they have to go and cut the trees. because they have no option. They have no energy. Secondly, we have vast minerals and resources that we have not yet exploited, and economically we are backward. So for us to compete globally and have our economy grow, some of those resources need to be exploited. Furthermore, we see a lot of foreign direct investments coming from the West, China. They're very interested in the resources. They are very, very willing to take the oil contracts, the oil mining projects, and they will not care about what they will be doing. For example, what Shell is doing to Nigeria, it's unquestionable. Now the issue is, we are talking about green solutions. We need to look at other optional energies like solar, which is a good one. We are now trying to reduce carbon effects into the atmosphere by going for EV vehicles, which is very expensive for most Africans to afford, which actually in Europe, not everyone has it. That's a very expensive thing. Now the issue is we all need this. We need to utilize the resources we have and as well as care for the future. Because if we destroy them now, we'll have nothing. So my question is, how do we strike the balance between our needs now and the future in regards to all those things that we need to exploit and benefit from? Thank you.
First of all, thank you for these interesting presentations. We see that many people, or some people in some African countries are crossing the borders in the context of climate change and disasters. And maybe in some circumstances, they become in need of international protection. The United Nations is playing an important role in addressing the issue of the climate change and disaster-related displacement. Can you tell us a little bit more about the role of the African Union in addressing this issue? More specifically, the challenges they are facing in addressing this? Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question more on the legal aspects of climate justice, climate change. We know one of the main principles of environmental law, which is a root here for fighting climate change, is the principle of polluters pay. And we all know it's not enough. Multi-billion companies, you throw at them fines with billions of them, they won't budge. So one element of response that was mentioned earlier, I wanted to have your take on it, is to take those violations to a larger level with ecocide. Creating a new category of international crime, where here the sanctions is not just having fines, but it's a criminal liability and criminal prosecution to whether the private sector, whether states, where in the huge responsibility in pushing climate change action forward. So I wanted to ask you what's you being in the field every day, what's your understanding of a definition in the next decade emerging on ecocide and states agreeing to it? And even if we have an ecocide definition tomorrow, what is going to be the implementation? Do you need the new tribunal? Is it going to be given to the ICC? Is it going to be national based? So I was wondering what your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from those online? I don't see anything on the chat box. If you want to, you can just raise your hand and ask a question if you want to ask a question. Yes. While you come here, I have a question, and I think it follows from the previous question. And I had asked Elvis that question when they launched the climate justice campaign. So we are adopting a human rights approach to climate justice. But then we have countries like India, the US, and Canada, which have adopted like an ecological approach. So they put Mother Earth in between all that. Do you think that could be another field to study, like looking at it from the environmental perspective?
Thank you. Well, that's a question for actually Candidate to answer. and our presentation emphasized on Kampala and stressed that the African continent was the first one to actually bring this matter to go forward with it. We also know that Africa is also the continent that I think is applying actually the multilateral continental convention that we signed. At the national level, many countries did not translate these issues into public policies in many fields. So how to go beyond that? So how to translate the issue into national public policies? In what sector, or how does that, I don't know, how does that would be translated like in the concrete? Thank you.
I think that's also something that the African Commission Special Rapporteur mentioned, where she said only Cameroon is the one that reported on its obligations under the Kampala Convention. So I think that's also something to ponder on. So I won't let more advantage be taken of my panelists. We'll stop the questions now. And maybe we can start with you, Zoe, since you have many more questions than the others.
So I come there? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for the very interesting and useful questions. So I hope I will be able to answer all of them. I made some notes, but if there is any follow-up question, feel free to. I'll start with your question that was about. Okay, my answer to your question is that we keep treating nature as a bank of resources. So this is the source of the wrongs, let's say. This needs to be changed. And in reality, in the economic system that we live, we keep on seeing how nature is exploited. So there are these paradoxes that we're dealing with. We're saying that on the one hand, we want to protect nature, but on the other hand, we want development as well. There's the right development. So there are these conflicts that are happening. I will connect that to your comment question, that you said that there are the human rights-based approaches and other countries have a more natural-based approach. This is better understood if you think or reflect on the anthropocentrism of law and of human rights, or the ecocentrism, like we say, of law. So how do we view law? How do we create law? According to which principles? And climate justice advocates for an ecocentric approach, even if we base all our, let's say, actions on human rights. So this is the foundation. This is the inspiration. These are the minimum standards that should always be respected. I will talk a bit about the responsibility, the accountability. So how do we hold responsible? And what kind of responsibility are we talking about in this case? How can we identify responsibility? Where is the harm? So if we go to the climate justice field, we look at what? At the anthropogenic, so the human-made harms. So someone can be identified in this chain of harms. Okay, we look at states because this is what we have learned from the human rights field. These are the ones that are responsible to protect the rights of people. This is why we look at states. But on the other hand, you can look at companies as well. Then we are going to the criminal justice system, like it was mentioned about ecocide. So it is criminal law that has a lot of answers in this field. There is a working definition of ecocide currently that is being promoted. There is a great organization called Ecocide Stop Ecocide Now. I advise you all to visit their website. They have proposed this ecocide definition, which basically refers to widespread natural catastrophes, okay, that are responsible for destroying ecosystems, life. And this definition of ecocide refers to international crime. So we are going to criminal law in order to find the tools to help people accountable. Okay, so the tools are available. However, the climate justice field is currently developing So it is a creative legal, let's say, exercise that we are all engaging with. How can that happen? That can happen if the ICC, for example, there's no need to create new courts. The International Criminal Court is very well capable to include a fifth international crime in its jurisdiction. Okay, so this can actually happen. And the whole process has been identified. It's not just romantic letters to the Santa Claus. It is something that we can all work to achieve. I don't know if I answered your questions or if there's any follow-up questions, but this is what I can offer. A combination of criminal law and human rights, but there is a need for radical changes in order to really move forward. Okay, there's a need, for example, to really stop using fossil fuels, because otherwise it's just a theater. But we're talking about individual responsibility, like George said. I absolutely agree with that we are all responsible, but we are not all responsible for the disasters that Shell has done, or we are not responsible for the lack of the political action that our states should have taken to protect the rights of people, to prevent these natural disasters. So there is, it depends from which point of view you look at things, but yeah, I hope that answered my question.
The question that Kennedy asked. Was asking about how do you strike the balance between...
Yes, how do you strike the balance? It's I think it's a time to stop using nature as a bank of resources. And according to science, it has been proven that we can continue on this path of constant development. And yes, it's a good question. I don't have the answer. How do you strike the balance? I'm not really a climate scientist, but it's interesting. Let's say that if we have some basic standards that, for example, when in doubt, they say in dubio pro natura. There are some rules like that. So maybe do nothing if you don't know. So the no harm principle, for example. So if maybe that would also help you. How do you can strike the balance? Okay.
Thank you very much, Zoe. I just want to add something to the response to Kennedy's question. So I think like 20 years ago, where I come from, also they were cutting like the trees to make fire. But I think they were also responsible. They would not, because they know this is the provider, like they need the trees to have fire to make food. So they would cut it in such a way that they would ensure that it grows further. Like they won't cut the whole tree. They would cut branches and then like fire with branches. So maybe doing it in a more sustainable way, because I understand that those places don't have gas, they don't have electricity, and you need to make food. But also if you think about solar, solar is very expensive. I was trying to get a quotation to put solar in my house, and that's like 150,000 rands. How much is that in euros? That's like 10,000 euros, right? Yeah, so it's an expensive resource on this side of the world. Even if you want to go with it, you need to have, and government is not subsidizing solar yet. So I think governments also need to invest. But then in Mauritius, where I'm originally from, the government is actually giving you solar panels on top of your house so that you switch energy. And it's, I think you pay about 100 rupees. That's like very minimal. That's like 40 rands, I think 2-3 euros. So it's like very minimal. So the government is trying to switch to solar energy. So I think it depends on the political will of the government to have changes, but it's not my panel. Elvis, please.
You are the chair of the panel. So there was a question about the role of the African Union. So before my co-panelist shows up, I want to put it in 4 sub-initiatives that the AU is putting in place. The first, in no order of coherency, by the way. So the first is that we have Agenda 2063. So these are all initiatives, right? We have Agenda 2063, which also has a 10-year period on issues around climate justice or climate change in the continent. And then we also have in 2019, where the continent, the AU structures, declared that here the year of refugees or returnees and IDPs. So these are all initiatives, the two initiatives that sort of speak to the issues of climate change and internal displacements as well. And then as of last year, 2021, the African Union as well launched the African Climate Mobility Initiative, the ACMI, which also speaks to what the previous instruments or initiatives speak to. But at the level of the Children's Rights Committee or the African Children's Rights Committee, we have the Agenda 2040, which also pronounces on issues around climate change. So far, these are all initiatives. But I can link this question directly to the question of responsibility. When you speak about individuals, also speak about the state, and you speak about the impact. So you can easily have a triangle there. You have the state, you have individuals here, and then maybe you have, in my context, so it wasn't recorded before. And then you have somewhere at the bottom, if you draw the triangular line, right here at the bottom, you have, in my case, you have children who are right there, those who face the impact of this. Now, in terms of individual responsibility, you might have corporate responsibility, or you have our own actions as humans, the things that we do that promote or that provoke climate change in a way. But if you also look at it from an international law perspective, and then you try to join the dots around those who take initiatives or those who take responsibilities in ratifying these international instruments that are intended to hold state parties responsible, you will see that on the responsibility chain, you might want to place the state a little bit up there because the state has those obligations, the instrument that it has ratified at the international level. Because when we get to the ICC or wherever we go to, those are the instruments that form the benchmark of holding, of accountability at that level. But the state also has an added responsibility to domesticate those instruments and to ensure that the obligations or the limitations or the initiatives that are flagged in those instruments trickle down to the individual in the country, and especially corporates, those who initiate through their business activities that carry out these issues that provoke what children face or the impact of climate change. So you can, in a way, that those who do the law of torts will say you have what you call vicarious liability if you want to hold an individual, and then you can then trigger that up to hold the state in issues around responsibility. So you can easily join that depending on the context. But what we shouldn't do is what happened in the case that I mentioned, which is the fact that the authors or those who brought the communication to the UN Children's Rights Committee failed to exhaust local remedies. And in the exhaustion of local remedies, you will be able to connect those dots in terms of responsibility, depending on who has more powers that to mitigate or to hold those perpetrators accountable. So that is my 2 cents to that, to that question that I think that we could take from there. And then the issue of ecology. Climate change looks like it's a sort of a new concept in the legal field, if you may use that way. My straight answer is law cannot solve this problem. In other words, we need a multidisciplinary concept and a team to work on these issues. As lawyers, our intention is litigate, hold them accountable. We just read 1 or 2 things, join the dots, and then we tell states that you ratify this instrument. And in article what, you were supposed to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And you didn't do this. In other words, you have violated the instrument that you ratified. But the knowledge and the in-depth understanding of what really happened during that process of either your actions and the impact of climate change is technically in the hands of other fields. It could be in the hands of ecologists or in the hands of climatologists or scientists. So we need this relationship. We need to ask, in terms of discipline, we need to speak to our neighbors in order to understand the technical implications and what happens in this space in order to litigate properly. And then one last question, right? There were so many questions on the issue of how to translate national policies. I have seen green papers, or the white papers, or yellow papers. I don't know, there are many papers, the green, yellow, or pink that states are doing. Let's say white papers for now. Okay, I've seen a lot of white papers across so many countries where they try to develop national strategies on climate justice or to mitigate climate. And South Africa, where we are now, has one of them. But if you look at some of the issues that they flag or the promises that they make in these papers and the actions that state parties take, because the papers are technically a domestication of the Paris Agreement or the other instruments ratified. But you don't see, you can't connect the dots between intention and action. It's difficult to connect it, and this is where we come in to remind the states of their obligations, to call them to action, to invite them to go back to their own instrument and promises, the white papers or the green papers, and to start acting. And we need to do that now before it is too late. Thank you.
That was our dance test that we practice all the time. I know, I just want to say two things that will come to me. I know I'm only 2 minutes left, Manuela, but I'll take 5 more minutes if you don't mind. I also want to say for states, sometimes procedures like the state reporting procedure, the universal periodic review, the African peer review mechanism. And I think what the Human Rights Committee is doing also is to have list of issues to ask countries about different steps they are taking, might help better than litigating, because sometimes litigation is considered as you challenging the state. Whereas when you have dialogues with the state, they can be more open. But of course, this doesn't happen in all circumstances. Did you have a
Thank you. I will also take some of the questions. I think I will take first the question relating to ecocide. I do share with your sentiment that there is a need for us to kind of begin to think along that line. Perhaps, adjust the ICC Rome statutes to accommodate this new crime. But then we also know the reality that most African states have now withdrawn from the ICC, which is why even the Malabo protocol, at the African Union level becomes very important. Although it has not become operational, but there is a provision there which deals with illicit exploitation of natural resources. And when we look at the definition extensively, it covers, scenarios relating to ecocide, and I think that provision will be very important. Then, in relation to this, the different approaches, some that are ecocentric and others that are anthropocentric in solving this environmental crisis, I've always maintained that there is a need for us to kind of have a broad outlook, not to compartmentalize, issues or solutions to climate crisis, because it's so important. Environmentalists, for instance, will say how the human rights activists, human rights discourse is the problem, because most of the activities underlying climate change are activities, that are action based on the need for people to realize their rights, your right to property, your right to food, your right to water. They will argue that those are the very things that are necessitating, these are driving this change in the climate. And the reality is that there's no way we can discuss climate, in isolation from human being, because what is heart without human living there, and what is human without heart? So it's so important that we have this collective understanding of these issues and to tackle it as such. So I would say neither of these two is enough to tackle the climate crisis. There is a combination of approaches that are needed to sort of solve the crisis. So in relation to, I think this question dealing with, Africa, the need for Africa to develop and all that, it is true, which is why even in the discourse, the concept of just transition is accommodated, because it is understood that, we are at different levels of development all over the world, and we can, there are developed nations, there are, developing nations, and there are least developed nations. So most nations have different times, different stages where they're supposed to peak in terms of their mission. And so that is why the concept of just transition becomes very important, which is why some nations have different durations set for themselves to sort of transit from carbon-laden path to carbon-free economy. So, and I think it is important for us to understand that. Then, in relation to I think, question of responsibility, which I also think is very important. People do say that we all contribute to climate change. People flew air, for instance, aviation and all that. Your carbon part, you have also contributed to the stuff. But the reality is that we need to continue to draw this distinction between, between substantial emissions, which are actually at the heart of climate change. I'm talking about the emission, which are associated by multinational corporations. I think these are big emissions that I think we should focus more on. So when we are talking about accountability, I think that's the meat of the accountability, to ensure that this emission, is reduced and addressed. And I feel, we should not mix that with subsistence emission of people cutting trees and all that. I mean, these are just, they are important, but they are just insignificant when it comes to this big issue of climate. And I'm not saying that we should encourage it. I don't encourage it, but then those are just subsistent things that people do just to survive. And of course, like Ashwani said, they do so also sustainably. And of course, the right to sustainable use of these resources are also guaranteed in international environmental law. So we can't dispute that. So I feel it is important that I say that. Yeah, thank you.
But I see Cecilia here, and there's no way I can bypass you. Please come, Cecilia.
Thank you, Ashwani, for giving me the floor. I'm not here to answer the questions. That's your responsibility with a brilliant panel. Thank you very much, and fantastic questions. I just wanted to add, I wanted to sort of contribute just for our thinking. Definitely, multi-stakeholder, interdisciplinary is a very important way to tackle climate justice. But at the same time, some of us are lawyers. And so I would stick to the law because that's what I know what to do. And I wanted to just share with you, and I'm sure some of you already know, the Toyota case versus New Zealand in the Human Rights Committee, which was decided upon in 2020. It's about a man and his wife, his family, who was from Kiribati and went to New Zealand. And they domesticate, all the domestic exhaustion was done. And so the Human Rights Committee came to an important decision, which the impact on the family was not positive, but there was very interesting jurisprudence that actually developed the issue of climate change vis-a-vis the definition of refugees, and as well the application, interestingly, of non-refoulement under the UN Convention on Torture. So I would recommend everybody to read that case. It's a very important development. Of course, it's a glass half full, a glass half empty. Amnesty and UNHCR and I have actually recognized it for going forward. But of course, there is some critique, which is also very valid with regard to the limitations of the human rights paradigm on this issue. So this is just to instigate more sources for knowledge. Thank you.
So on this, we close this panel. We can rush to get tea and then come back. We are still aiming to start at 1:45, so you have 9 minutes. No, the thing is, if you say half an hour, I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very well.
Yeah.
So I counted for this.
So, once I squeeze in there. Yeah.
Yes. That's what yeah. Oh, thanks. Okay, I think we need to start our afternoon session. It's my pleasure to welcome the Asia Pacific team this afternoon, this mid-morning. And of course, I would also want to recognize the presence of their coordinator, Isaac, who was unable to join us in person, but he is online. And so, Isaac, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Great, yeah. So I would like to invite you to give a brief remark before we can start, and then you can, hand over to your team to go forward with the presentation.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Isaac, the Research Coordinator for GC Asia Pacific, and thank you to everyone for joining us today. Thanks to Ajahn Ben, Ajahn Mike, and all the panelists. Thanks to Global Campus of Human Rights and the Center of Human Rights at University of Pretoria. Also, thanks to George, Manuela, Tidi, Magnus, Ashwani for all their hard work, and my fellow research coordinators and all the other student research teams for what's been an enjoyable and insightful experience so far. Our topic is climate change and natural disaster-induced internally displaced persons in the Asia-Pacific region. And we chose the case studies of Bangladesh, India, and the Pacific Islands. We used a comparative case study analysis methodology with a literature review of relevant academic scholarship and analysis of legislation and government policies for our target group of IDPs in Asia Pacific to produce our findings and policy recommendations. The GC Asia Pacific research team is Asma Al-Amin, Swasti Kamachaya, Pyo Wai, and Giwong Son. Son will be introducing concepts, contexts, and definitions. Asma will be discussing legal frameworks and analysis and policy recommendations. And Swasti will discuss climate justice in our region and conclusions. And Phil will be joining us for the Q&A. So without further ado, I will now hand over to Son to start the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Jun Song from Asia Pacific region. So I'm the first presenter, and the first part of the presentation will show current context of IDP issue in Asia Pacific and our research questions, and also concept that we use for academic purpose. Starting the presentation, there are good data from the IDMC to map out the internal displacement in the Asia Pacific region. So this data is an excerpt from the visualized data of the global occurrence of IDP in 2020. And according to the report, the number of new global IDP was estimated at around 40.5 million. And what is noteworthy is with this data given is the size of the number of the IDP in our region. In East and South Asia and Pacific, the number of the IDP in this region was estimated about 21.9 million, which actually account more than half of the global IDP number. And also what we found was the disaster was the main factor that occurred 21.3 million IDPs in our region. That accounts for 97% of total number in the region. So we could clearly see that disasters and the climate event have become the very strong causes of the huge size of IDP in Asia Pacific region. So therefore, we selected and decided to climate change and natural disaster induced IDP as a research target to examine. So for our case study, we choose 3 countries. One is Bangladesh, another one is India, and Pacific Islands, another one. The main reason we choose India and Bangladesh for the case study is these countries have experienced enormous adverse impact of disasters that have affected by the climate change. and such a tropical typhoon and the flood, and tropical typhoon Amphan in 2020, and also the longest monsoon in Bangladesh was a clear example of that. And the occurrence of IDPs in these two countries was overwhelmingly large within the Asia Pacific region. And we also selected Pacific Island as our case. It's because Pacific Islands are often neglected in discourse in international relations because of their small size of territory and the power. And however, we could clearly recognize that the Pacific Islands are the countries that can be a clear representative example of victim of internal displacement due to natural disaster and climate change, such as slow onset disaster, which will be sea level rising. As a result of climate injustice and inequality, and also because the Pacific Islands are at the most urgent risk from the climate-induced internal displacement. So these two are our research questions. First question is, how has climate change and the natural disaster displacement affected the well-being of IDP in the region? And the second one is, how can the policies in the region improve the conditions and effectively address the needs of the internally displaced person due to climate change and the natural disasters? The reason for setting these questions is, first, we would like to analyze the effect of the climate change and disaster on IDPs in the Asia Pacific region, and also to preserve their well-being in the existing situation and to find a way to protect IDPs by recommending policies. So prior to the full-scale analysis to find the answer to our question, we had to define the concepts and organize some concepts that we're going to use in the research. So first, for the purpose of the research, we brought the definition of IDP from the UN guiding principle. And because it has been strongly proposed and also widely used in academia, and we have used this definition to define other concepts as well. To define the climate change-induced IDP for our research, we brought the definition of climate change that was stated by UNFCCC. So in our research, we define the climate change-induced IDP as persons or groups who have been forced to leave their places of habitual residence as a result of the both immediate and gradual impact of the climate change. And on the other hand, we also had to define the natural disaster-induced IDP. So we define natural disaster-induced IDP as persons or group of persons who have been forced to leave their places of habitual residence as a result of the occurrence of natural disasters and to avoid the direct and indirect losses, including after effects of the natural disaster. But in our research, we very often use natural disaster-induced IDP and the climate change-induced IDPs together, is because like those two concepts are not really separable. As already we know, most of natural disaster is already affected by anthropogenic factors. So in our research, we try to use and combine these both concepts together. And the last thing we have to define was the well-being of IDPs, because well-being was the very broad concept. But it was good concept to assess the vulnerability and the resilience of IDP. So that's why we choose this concept. So in the context of internally displacement person issue, we define well-being of IDP as overall satisfaction with life affected by socioeconomic loss and recovery, as well as individual experience on fearful situation and trauma. So this is a very simple diagram that can describe our research. As you can already see and know, there's obvious negative relationship between natural disaster and climate event and well-being of IDP. which means like this natural disaster reduced resilience of the well-being, resilience of the IDP, and also it makes the vulnerability of IDP higher. And in this correlationship, the climate change actually take a role of the moderator variable, which is enhancing this negative correlation. And what we want to find through our study is finding measures that can mitigate this negative correlationship. And also we want to try to find the measure that can enhance the well-being of IDP directly. To mitigate, measure to mitigate the impact of the natural disaster and climate change on well-being of IDP could be, for example, the early alarming system, and also building the safe infrastructure and reducing the social inequalities such as caste system impact. And for the direct measure to enhance the well-being of IDP could be welfare intervention and also support and training on job seeking. But we'll still stay comprehensive for our presentation. And this is the outline of our study. And for specific recommendation and analysis will be presented by the next speaker, Asma.
So thank you, Son. Moving forward to the discussion with Son. So our case study is related to specifically in Bangladesh, India, and Pacific Islands. So this is the picture of the last month. In the first picture and the second picture, both are from different countries of South Asian countries. First one is from Bangladesh, and the second one is from India. So it looks similar incidents happening everywhere in the South Asian countries due to extreme weather events that fueled by climate change. And that's why flash floods are more frequent in these countries, specifically in Bangladesh and India. So as we are doing comparative studies, so these are the similarities among the countries that climate-related push factors like floods, cyclones relating to Bangladesh and India. And here in this picture, it's like 2 weeks ago. It's one from the place Sylhet in Bangladesh, and the next one is from the place Assam in India. So like floods washed away their village, roads are inundated, and damaged the crops and cut off across the like electricity, scarcity of drinking water. And if you see the pictures, aerial pictures over of the Sylhet in Bangladesh, it looks like that, like it's totally under the water. And if we go to the Pacific Island, it's like the question that came in our mind, what happens to those nations whose homelands appears to be slowly sinking beneath the waves? So for the Pacific Islands, they are like, the climate push factors for them, they are like in danger of sinking under the waves. So they are one of the most vulnerable countries where we can find that climate change related induced internally displaced people. And these are the data we have collected from waves, where we found that more than 50,000 people are displaced in the Pacific regions every year due to climate and disaster related events. So these are the similarities and differences of climate change related push factors that causes internally displaced and making peoples vulnerable around the region, Asia Pacific regions are our case study areas. So when we are analyzing the laws and policies in these area of our study, we have found that there is a lack of precise identification. We are noting on that precise identification and definition of IDPs in the legal framework of the Pacific of India and Bangladesh. And Pacific regions, they have some interesting character. We will discuss it in our next slide. And we have also found that there's a lack of well-planned mechanisms to guide the climate change and natural disaster-induced displacement and their well-being and the well-being of the IDPs in the current existing policies, though they may have some laws that may indirectly include or indirectly discuss or give protection to the rights of the IDPs or well-being of the IDPs, but these are too limited and too uncertain that their rights mostly are not ensured. So yeah, for Bangladesh and India, we are our illegal analysis is that there is no specific identification and precise definition and identification of the well-being of the IDPs, but like we found that like indirectly, like for Bangladesh, they have the supreme law of the land, the constitution, and that guarantees the rights of the people, where we can indirectly ensure their rights, but there is no specification or specifically identification of their rights. And for India, the similar goes for India. They have policies, but these policies are related to climate change related adaptation policies and resilient policies. None of these policies specifically identify the well-being of the IDPs. Mostly they're more focuses on the adaptation policy, but not on the well-being of the IDPs that we are discussing about, and our next speaker will discuss about from the climate justice lens. And for the Pacific Island, the interesting thing we found that for the country Fiji, there is a Climate Change Act related Climate Change Act 2021, and for Vanuatu we have policy regarding climate change related induced displacement. So they have specific laws, but the thing is that there is like scarcity of identification, like specifically identify the climate induced displaced people. Like they merge it with development induced people and climate induced people together. So that makes uncertainty. So for Fiji, they have specific law. For the Vanuatu, they have policies. So after the overall finding of our legal analysis, we have given this recommendation, but these recommendations are specifically in the domestic level. Our next presenter will merge with international level of recommendation, how we can overcome this situation. So for the domestic level, we recommend the states to recognize and address the need of climate-induced IDPs. And those who have policies, they should have, the countries, they should be more effective and to extend the scope of the policies and include the well-being of the IDPs. So like this, there are policies in some of the countries, but they don't include the well-being of the IDPs. They are like more interested to adaptation policy, climate, how to make people more resilient to climate change, but they are not focusing on recognizing their rights, recognizing the well-being of the IDPs. So we urge the states in country level to extend the scope of the existing policies. And those countries who doesn't have any laws, we urge them to formulate legislations that should be centered providing the protection of IDPs for due to climate change and natural disasters. So this is my last slide for the presentation. It has taken from the UNICEF. How climate change related induced displacement affecting the well-being of the induced people. This picture shows that, like, the rights of the children, those who are the most vulnerable in the society, the rights of the women, those who are the most vulnerable in the society. So children's right to education are hampered. So that's why what we are urging in our paper, that the well-being of the IDPs should be ensured. And that's why we need climate justice. And climate justice will be discussed by our next speaker, Swasti. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asma. So hi, everyone. I'm Swasti Karmacharya, and I'm the last presenter for the day for this presentation. So the concluding part of our presentation is focused more towards climate justice, in trying to explain why we selected climate justice as our theoretical framework, and in trying to connect all of the gaps, all of the problems that we identified throughout our case studies, throughout our paper, and trying to see it through the lens of climate justice. So in simple words, also Son, can you please help me with changing the slide? Yeah, okay, just the first slide, the previous one. Yeah, great, okay. So when we talk about what climate justice is, I think a simple way of understanding it could be by maybe understanding what injustices are. And I guess that helps us in breaking down or in covering a lot of the aspects altogether. So the fundamental argument that climate justice establishes is that the impacts of climate change and natural disasters are always unequal, are always disproportionate, and it's always impacted or adversely affects the people who are most marginalized and the most disadvantaged people and communities of our society. And as discussed by Asma just now, we saw how people who are living on the forefronts, who are living on the margins, are getting doubly exposed to the threat of climate change and natural disasters. Their life is at risk, their livelihoods are destroyed, and so they have no way of going forward. So when we talk again, so when we see climate justice, we understand that the impact of climate change is unequal. First of all, we see that it is felt by people and communities who are already exposed to the vulnerabilities and disadvantages of an unequal society. And these people are already living on the margins. And we also need to consider that they do not have the access, or they have very limited or no ownership of resources to adapt to the changes of climate change, as well as to tackle the impacts of climate change and natural disasters. So the brutal impacts of climate change are thus concentrated on people, on communities, and on countries who are the least prepared to deal with the catastrophes and its aftermath. So when we look into the impact, the unequal impact of climate change, and how does it affect the marginalized people and communities even more, we see that the impact again varies within the marginalized people. So for example, as Asma just said, the impact is felt differently by children, it is felt differently by women, by men, by elderly people, by indigenous people, and people who are living in complete poverty, as well as with disabilities, and so on. So we see how there is different layers to which the impacts of climate change and natural disasters are felt by people in our society, in our community. So climate justice strongly propagates that the impact of climate change is extremely unequal. And this was something that we also identified through our analysis of our case studies. And this is a statement that we also would like to use when we are trying to present our research paper as well. So next slide, please. Yeah, so this is just an image of how we see an increasing involvement of young people, of children getting involved in climate action movement, in trying to get the government's, the leaders' attention towards taking active or immediate steps toward climate change. And this is one of the image of the protest being held in Bangladesh. Next slide, please. So yeah, so for a layman, I guess it would be hard to understand the connection between climate change and justice, and that was something that we struggled as well initially. But using examples from our case studies, through our analysis, we tried to identify certain factors that were common in all of the case studies, and we tried to connect those things with the idea of justice and or injustice. So the first thing that we established through our paper is that climate change is a great multiplier for exacerbating global inequalities, and that is manifested through the disproportionate impact on vulnerable people and places who, like I said earlier, they do not have the resources, they do not have the means from the very beginning to adapt to the changes, to adapt or to tackle with the impacts of climate change. So and then what happens as a result is, because of this, is that it further boldens the line between the haves and the have-nots. It further pushes people who are at risk of being internally displaced or who have to get displaced to just leave their areas, to leave their livelihoods and to move to another place, which again, we see as being very unequal. And then we try to see this through the second factor, that is inequalities within and across countries. So on a larger scale, we see how the developing countries face the greater brunt of the negative impacts of climate change and natural disasters. Again, to reiterate that developing countries do not have the technical knowledge, do not have enough human manpower, or even financial means to come up with sustainable or long-term mitigation plans and adaptation plans. So in such a case, we see how, for example, in the name of economic growth and development, we see huge amount of resources, natural resources and environments of the global south being exploited, or we see the impact of these economic progressions or developments being faced by developing countries through the impact that we see on the vulnerable people and communities. And then we also see it in terms of the inequalities between present and future generation. I guess that is something that we as young people also closely identify with. For example, we see, like I said earlier, increasing number of children and young people getting involved in climate action movements because they see themselves as being direct targets of climate change and not climate change. They see their futures at risk. They do not see a stability in the future. There is no certainty about how worse this phenomenon could actually get in the future. So I guess that's the reason why we see the movement of Fridays for Future, because children did not see any advantage of going to school because, you know, they do not know whether they would get to go to school or they would get to enjoy their livelihoods in the future as well. So the actions of today is largely putting the future generations, their lives at risk. And then the last factor that we identified was in terms of inequitable outcomes. Again, this somewhat captures the entire factors that I've discussed so far. So today, the issue of climate change does not sit within the purview of environmental issue only, and rather we see the issue of environment transcending to issues pertaining to social, legal, political, and ethical issue. And this was something that we identified or largely discussed with our brief discussion with Dr. Zoe as well. And I guess through our case studies as well, we established that climate change isn't just an issue of the environment today. So at the front lines of a changing climate, we see how the lands are becoming increasingly inhabitable, which forces people to get displaced. Climate change is affecting the local produce, meaning that the livelihoods of those who rely on agriculture and fisheries, which again is the basic source of income for most of the people across Bangladesh, Indian Pacific Islands, are destroyed. There is increasing frequency and severity of natural disasters like flooding, which again exposes the risk of waterborne diseases, which again results in the health of people being at risk. So we see how, you know, these small things helps us in understanding how some people, some communities face greater impacts or are greatly affected by climate change. And some people, they have immediate access or resources to tackle with these impacts. So that is why we felt the need to establish the relationship between climate change and justice. So that is why we chose climate justice as a lens to guide our paper, and not just in terms of connecting the problems and solutions, but also in terms of, I guess, putting in forefront how important it is to discuss about climate justice, which is a relatively new and developing topic. Next slide, please. So yeah, so in this slide is basically, is to reiterate, is the exact same thing that I just said earlier, but we move from the 3 countries that we discussed to the larger Asia Pacific region. So like I said, the advances in the global north is being done at the expense of the global south, us losing our resources, losing our means of livelihood, and for our people to face the adverse impacts, the harsh impacts of climate change. So on a regional level, again, we see that a lot of the Asia Pacific countries are facing the impacts of climate change. So for this project, we just chose Bangladesh, India, and Pacific Islands, but there are a lot of island countries in Asia. There are a lot of countries that are increasingly facing the rapid onset and frequency of natural disasters. So it's just to understand again how the global south or the Asia Pacific region at large is facing or is getting exposed to climate injustice. Next slide, please. So yeah, again, this is just a screenshot of a news piece from BBC about the floods in Assam that happened a few months ago, just I think a few weeks ago, which Asma also clearly talked about. In the next slide, we have the case of one of the Pacific Island countries, that is Tuvalu, which is already sinking underwater. So when we talk about climate justice, or when we see it, from all of these, from the lens of climate justice, it's about how, for example, in the case of Pacific Island countries, they hold great value, great spiritual value and connection to their land. And if they have to move or get forcefully displaced from their area of residence to somewhere else, then it isn't just about the movement, but it's also about losing that spiritual, that cultural connection with the land that they have. And another risk or another looming fear that the people of island countries also have is whether or not their future generation will ever get to step on their homeland, whether or not there will ever be a place called Tuvalu. So apart from the physical impacts of climate change and natural disasters that are more visible to our eyes, we also try to address or try to read through the psychological impacts that these phenomena have on people, on individuals. And so that is why we had the question of whether or not policies address the well-being of internally displaced people, because psychological impact is something which is equally or far worse. We see it as being something that cannot be captured, that cannot be measured, that cannot be quantified. And so it tends to debilitate the overall well-being of people for a longer period of time. And we see again, when we see it from on a deeper level, we see how the psychological impact, again, could vary across different individuals. For children, it could vary differently. For adult people, it could affect differently. So that is, again, one of the things that we aimed to address through our paper. So the next slide we have is a greater call for action. So apart from analyzing the specific legal frameworks of Bangladesh, India, and Pacific Islands, and making context-specific recommendations for these countries, for these governments, we also aimed to make ambitious recommendations directed towards the leaders of the Asia-Pacific region as a whole, because we do see the entire region being at threat of climate change and natural disasters, we do see an increasing number of internally displaced persons in this region. So in the absence of an established, of a well-coordinated regional body, we see it's very challenging to implement policies or to even like address the issue of internally displaced persons due to climate change and natural disasters and take it up in a global level. So we see the urgent need to have a union of the Asia Pacific region in itself, so that all of the leaders come together and address this issue. Apart from the reliance on international communities, we need to have our own strong governing body that addresses the needs of the people. And it's also important to, another recommendation that we also make is to involve the people, to involve the communities who are directly or indirectly affected by climate change and natural disasters, who are at risk of getting internally displaced throughout the decision-making process, so that their needs and their concerns are accurately taken in and processed and given shape in terms of good legal framework or good policies. And when we talk about engaging them in decision-making process, we would say it from the very initial stage of policy developing or policy designing to the after work of implementation and monitoring, because only then would we actually be doing something to protect these people from getting adversely impacted by the negative impacts of climate change and natural disasters. So, I mean, this is something that I came across while I was reading that, and I would like to quote here, is that the world that we live in is unequal and it is manifesting in terms of climate change as well. So we need to let this thought, to sink, we need to let this thought sink in our minds, whatever that is called, and just take a more well-coordinated and collaborative effort to address this issue on a larger regional level. So yeah, with that, we come to the end of our presentation. On behalf of the entire Asia Pacific team, we would like to thank all our attendees in Pretoria as well on Zoom for giving us your time. Thank you.
I think I'll hold you here and wait for feedback from the team who reviewed your paper. Yeah, and then we'll open it up to like
First of all, it's great to put some faces to the names and the article, which we enjoyed very much, and also your presentation where you already incorporated a lot of the questions we wanted to ask and the recommendations we made. And it really just reminded us how much we can learn from your region, especially because Europe will face climate-induced displacement, and you're already facing that, and we can really learn from you a lot. And the first question is very much related to that. So what should other regions learn from the Asia Pacific regions concerning climate-induced displacement? Yeah, the next question you already answered. But also you examined various laws and policies in your article. But is there anything you can say about the standpoints of the examined countries and other countries in the region concerning climate-induced displacement and what they bring into the climate change debates? And lastly, seeing as how climate-induced displacement is a very widespread issue across the region, would it make sense, would it be desirable to introduce a regional treaty, or should it really focus just on national issues? Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Union team, for your so thank you for your wonderful question and scrutinizing our paper. We really got some very good recommendation. So with the last question, how will So like we have already discussed about that we just want to, in our paper, we focus that we have to start working from the home. It's like, first of all, states from their own perspective have to make or formulate legislation to address and identify the well-being of the IDPs, and then we are calling for the broader level, like regional governing body, because like there is serious lack of coordination in the region of Asia Pacific, as you all already know, and throughout our research study, we have found the same issue, that like if our regional bodies are like more active regarding coordinating the situation, then there might be the situation situation may change, and it will be a great opportunity for the countries who already in a vulnerable situation to address the well-being of the IDPs. And okay, so one question is already answered, but we also prepared for that question also, like for the vulnerability group, as you said, and we have like examples for that one also, like for the, like we said that women and children and indigenous group. So like we just give a small example from the Bangladesh perspective, like for the IDPs. So when people are moving due to climate related induced displacement, so it's not the same situation for the women and men and children and indigenous people. So when they're moving to the big cities like the capital Dhaka, so the city is already like it's one of the worst city to survive there. So women and children there are mostly under the threat of trafficking, so it's like how climate-induced displacement marginalized the marginalized section. Already they are marginalized. And for the second question, so like we ask for like we have Asian countries can follow, like other countries can follow Fiji and Vanuatu, who have the strength. We say who have the strength to make specifically specific laws for the climate-induced internal displaced people. Like they have the strength that we identify those people. We have to make policies, we have to make laws, we have to identify their well-beings. So yeah, we can follow Fiji and Vanuatu for their strength, but again, we have to be more careful when we're going to implement those, like just making laws is not sufficient addressing the people. And for the third question, yeah.
I want to add something out on the debates on issues pertaining to climate change, international level and regional level. We very often, because Asia Pacific is a big region, so we very often talk in the sub-regional level. So SARC and in the South Asia region and the ASEAN, they had discussed on the climate change issue, but all the discussion was about how to mitigate the speed of the climate change or the impact of the climate change, rather than seeing how the IDPs who are displaced by climate change and natural disasters are. So I'm not sure if it's the answer for your question or not, but what our researchers are focusing on is more about the status of IDP rather than removing the fundamental factor. So I think that's my answer for that. And Swasti, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I guess it's just re-emphasizing on what Asma and Son said about we do see a need of having a regional governing or regulatory framework that specifically addresses on the issue of internal displacement due to climate change and natural disasters. And I guess we can always refer to the best practices of other neighboring countries and other for the global north. But yeah, I guess that's all.
Okay, so like we have like last input regarding the third question, like whether these countries, Asia Pacific countries, have like any arch, already they have any arch from the global perspective, or they focus, there is any focus. So like we already discussed in our paper that countries, they focus on the climate change issues. But the problem is that they focus on the climate change issues and how to mitigate and take adaptation policy, how to make the, people more resilient. So it's not like that it's good to take it as adaptation policy, but it's not the only thing for ensuring their well-being. So like the attempt to justify it as an adaptation policy and project it as an opportunity to improve the living condition of the IDPs is common in the laws and policies. But the problem is that they are not specifically recognized the well-being of the IDPs due to climate-induced disasters. So that's why we are urging that when there is uncertainty, justice, it's not possible to ensure justice. We have to be more certain. We have to be addressed. We have to be more specific. So reality is that we cannot do better unless their rights are legally recognized. So that's our standpoint. Thank you.
I think we missed one question regarding if we have to focus on domestic level legislation or the regional level of legislation. I think it's obvious that we have to focus on, two track.
Yeah.
But
so like we already discussed about this.
Yeah.
Like,
okay, we
acts from the home, right? We say
yes.
It's in our legislation. So I think we answer all the questions if you guys are happy with the answer. But still we are standing here if you have any question.
Okay, thanks a lot. So I'd like to open it up to the audience. Are there people with questions that you'd like to ask to the Asia Pacific team? I see one right now.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's also great that you do case studies. My first question is, why did you focus on the well-being of the IDPs and not on the human rights of the IDPs as they are defined in the guiding principles, etc.? And the second question is, in India, for instance, had 5 million internally displaced persons, which were, most of them were climate-induced disasters. So I would like to know, did you do the research? What did the Indian government actually do in reality in order to meet the human rights to food, to water, to housing, whatever, of the IDPs? How long have they been displaced, and when could you go home? Was it primarily the Indian government that took action, or was it the society? What was the role of the international community? Did they assist? Did the Indian government allow and facilitate assistance to the IDPs? And the same, of course, would be for Bangladesh. I think Bangladesh, according to the statistics, has a very, very low number of IDPs in 2021, at least, whereas China and the Philippines had much higher ones. So also a little bit the question, what made you to make this selection of Bangladesh and India, and not, for instance, the Philippines? Thank you.
Okay, so for the well-being and human rights, right? So we never differentiated like in totally, like we, in our paper, we like well-being and human rights, we discuss it all together, right? So like we never said that we only focus on, like well-being doesn't include human rights. So well-being, when we are saying well-being, it means that they're like how their right to living condition, their right to education, and other rights which are hampered. So when we are saying that well-being, we are saying that ensuring these rights for them, right? Name who from.
And if I add something on why we choose the concept of well-being, as I was based on, first of all, it was based on academic literature review. And we found that when the scholar and the practitioner assess the damage and the status of the IDP, they very often use the concept of the vulnerability and the resilience. So when we think about the vulnerability and resilience, like for us, we still like talk about the right of IDP, but like practically, with the like maybe well-being can include those two principles of the vulnerability and resilience. So that's why we choose the concept of well-being. That is the first answer for that. And regarding the extra action from India, we was able to found that the National Action Plan for the Climate Change. There was the governmental level policy to mitigate impact of the climate change.
It's similar, like it's even in Bangladesh, we have national policy and strategies, but these policies are mainly focused on the climate change and their adaptation policy and making how making people more resilient to these. So like they're taking climate change as an opportunity to improve the displaced people's conditions. But we are asking that we should not not only taking it as an opportunity to make adaptation policies. We have to recognize that they are the vulnerables, their rights are violated, making them more vulnerables. So we have to make specific, we have to address them specifically. So that was our standpoint.
Yes, and also India has the Disaster Management Act to be prepared to the natural disaster that impact on residents. But the thing is, they already mentioned the whole provision and all the authority who have to take a responsibility on this. Central government and the local government, how they're gonna react on the issue. They also stated that they have to have the force to intervene the issue. So they have the armed force to help the citizens who got affected by the climate change and the natural disaster. But as far as I know, the Disaster Management Act, even though they have the law, but the implementation is a different thing that we have to focus on. And because we want to realize their IDP's well-being better, that it's necessary to and very helpful in the most of the case that we have the law to implement something. But when having law does not make sure their rights or the well-being will be realized in the reality. So as far as we examine the situation, there are not enough support and provision, and especially for the National Action Plan for the climate change, which is national policy to mitigate the climate change in India, because of some political reason and also some administrative reason, they do not really open the report that they discuss to the public. I think it's been very long.
So like we already recommended this, like we need, like there are laws, there are policies, but we need program implementation of those. So at the same time, the policies, these are limited, scopes are limited. So we have to broaden the scope so that their rights are ensured. So like we are not denying that there is no policies in India or similar goes to Bangladesh. They have policies, but the thing is that these are limited in scope, and there is a lack of implementation of those policies. And the most important thing is that specifically addressing the issue, that not from the climate resilient or adaptation perspective, but from the climate justice lens. So that was our standpoint. I hope you got to answer.
You want to say anything? I know there's one question about why these countries are not included.
Hi, could you like again repeat the question because of the gap in the screen and where you are located? I could not hear you properly.
Oh, sorry. I know there was one last one that he asked about why did you click on these countries and not any other countries in the Asia Pacific? Like the Philippines, for example. Did you address that already?
Yeah, so as mentioned in our paper as well, but I think this was something that we missed in our presentation, was so again, Asia Pacific is a huge region, so it was very hard for us to pinpoint and narrow down on which countries would we actually focus on. But for this paper specifically, we just focused on the similarities in terms of the geographical terrain. We focused on the increasing numbers of internal displacement persons, as well as the intensity and frequency of natural disasters that were occurring in the specific countries. And again, given the time limitation as well, we did see that as a factor for us also in just like selecting these 3 countries. And when we talk about the Pacific Islands, it's just small. So we try to take the Pacific Island countries as a whole because it's just 15 island countries. So, but then in terms of Asia, again, it's a huge region. So it was very hard for us to select beyond just Bangladesh and India, given the time limitations as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, guys, for such a lovely presentation. You mentioned the case of Tuvalu, and during this morning, we mentioned often to the social justice. And for what I know, the majority of the people already from Tuvalu has been relocated in New Zealand, and they literally are losing their land, their homes, and they can even not find any other option inside of their own land because they are losing their land. So in terms of this connection with the social justice, I would like to know a little bit more of what is your vision of this approach of New Zealand of help these people can be maybe a measure of example for the region and an example for the world actually too, of how we can take like this responsibility in the general way, but not like pointing fingers of who is the responsible, but taking us solidarity vision of the problem. Thank you so much.
Maybe if I might be able to comment briefly on that, since I am from New Zealand. And thank you for making me aware of this action by New Zealand and taking on people from Tuvalu. I wasn't actually aware of the extent to which New Zealand is providing assistance specifically, but it is definitely an issue that I take to heart personally, being Maori, and understanding what Swasti was talking about with the spiritual and cultural connection to our tribal homelands. And the severance from homelands is perhaps one of the most traumatic things you can do to our indigenous communities in the Pacific. Like Swasti said, it has long-lasting psychological impacts, but there's been research done showing a connection between the severance of indigenous people from their land and ongoing psychological trauma and negative social impacts on health in general. So it's a very big problem, and I think as we see the plight of our Pacific cousins becoming more desperate, I can also see a problem of perspectives. I remember in the panelists' discussions, there was this concept of interconnectedness, and I think that's really important. Coming from an indigenous perspective, we believe that nature and humans are interconnected in our biosphere. However, the separation of humans and nature is an illusion that seems to be perpetuated by dominant political perspectives. So regarding climate change, this distinction between human-made and natural disasters seems to be somewhat of a distortion of reality that's changing faster than our political perspectives are able to do so. But New Zealand is trying in its own way to adjust our perspectives and taking on more holistic perspectives. For example, in 2017, we deemed the Whanganui River, Te Awa Tupua, to be an ancestor of local tribes, and hence we created a legal framework, which was a world first, where the river was actually to be treated as a living entity. So I think this is part of the problem, is that we need to actually broaden the scope of perspectives that we can draw upon in order to address the massive complex problems that are coming from climate change and natural disasters for internally displaced persons. We need to start thinking about more concepts such as systemic environmental or climate violence or ecocide, because climate change and natural disasters are a worldwide phenomenon, and these interconnected global problems cannot be solved without holistic perspectives and interconnected global solutions. So Tuvalu, Kiribati, Marshall Islands, they're already facing existential crisis and sea level rises making their countries uninhabitable. I think this is a fact that is not really sinking in enough in the global north, in the worldwide political discussions about climate change and natural disasters, because these countries are actually disappearing. Most countries are talking about other impacts of climate change, but we're actually talking about the almost complete destruction of the country itself, meaning its land and the ability to inhabit the land of the people that have lived there for centuries and thousands of years. So yeah, it's a huge problem. In the Asia Pacific region, we do need a regional body, but at the same time, we're too big for that to be politically feasible. So while we encourage it, we also recognize the huge problems politically that are faced between the diverse geographic, cultural and political perspectives within the Asia Pacific region. We have ASEAN here in Southeast Asia, but they have yet to take effective measures towards addressing climate change and natural disaster-induced IDPs. The other regions are still struggling the other sub-regions are still struggling to come together. So I think what is really needed is action on all levels, communities, domestic level, regional levels, sub-regional levels, but most importantly, on a global level, because we're really talking about climate change. This is a biosphere, an entire living entity that's interconnected. And this illusion of separation seems to be getting in the way, and we can't wait. We can't let people be separated from the land that they're living on by the rising sea levels. We're running out of time, and so I think we really need conceptual changes to occur on a worldwide level for political and economic elites to really let go of this grasp onto political and economic interests and replace it with priorities that are more about the environment and holistic perspectives.
We have one last question, then we'll close.
Thank you again for the presentation. Sorry for holding everyone up so much. I was wondering with the talking about the South Pacific, the small island states, or as they prefer to call themselves, large ocean states, have actually had quite an important and outsized voice in international organizations. They're always very active at the COP summits, have been an important voice in pushing for like the Paris Climate Agreement and such. And I was wondering if there's been a similar effort by these nations to push the agenda on internally displaced persons and climate migrants on an international level as well.
Yeah, again, I could just hear on and off because of the distance, but I'll just try to try my best. Yes, it is true that a lot of the Pacific Island countries, their leaders have made a very concentrated effort in addressing the issue of the Pacific Islands sinking underwater, the impacts that their island countries and people are facing. But again, can you please repeat the second half of the question? I'm so sorry.
Do you want to come here, maybe?
Yeah. Also, I'd like to see you as well, like, because I cannot see who's questioning, so I'm just trying to guess.
My apologies, sorry.
No worries.
You know?
Yeah. Yep. Great.
I was wondering if so the South Pacific Island countries have been very successful in using their outsized voice in international organizations in pushing sort of the climate change agenda. Like they've been very active at the COP summits and stuff, and I was wondering if there's been an effort to use their outsized voice in international organizations also to push the issue of climate-induced migration and to push the policy response on an international level.
Okay, thank you. So I do feel that when they talk about, I have very limited knowledge, but then I do feel that when they're talking about the impacts of climate change, undoubtedly, the question of the people having to get displaced or having to migrate to another country, for example, New Zealand, like we just discussed, does come under the discussion. But I think from what I know, again, from my limited knowledge, is that when we're talking about migration due to the impacts of climate change, again, there is no such thing. There is no legal status conferred upon climate-induced displaced persons or climate migrants, right? So I guess that does pose a challenge as to where do these migrants or these displaced people stand. So as much as their efforts have been recognized, again, as Isaac just also mentioned, that I guess it is still a challenge in addressing certain issues, again, which also includes climate migrants. So I guess it's a work in progress. I don't know if that answered your question.
I also want to mention that, like we also have to see the result. We all recognize that the process is going on, and there are many supports for like those regions because they are the most risk now. So how is the situation now? So it doesn't mean that we have to keep holding other support from the out of the region, and yeah, that do not justify that we have to stop here and satisfy ourselves that we're doing something.
And I think we also, when we're talking about the Pacific, I know they do have a lot of acknowledgement in terms of trying to push issues of climate change, and of course they are facing an existential crisis, so that's understandable. But we also need to recognize within climate justice that there are power imbalances, and the Pacific is a vast ocean, about 50% of the entire world's surface, I believe. But the population is about 10 million spread across all of those islands. So economically or politically, they're really limited in terms of their power. And I think one of the elephants in the room of all of the discussions throughout all of the regions is economic actors or non-state actors. As much as the Pacific may try to combine their voice or their votes to influence international discussions or decisions, we haven't really seen enough change within non-state actors, and they don't have the clout. Interestingly enough, you can see that China is trying to wield more influence across the Pacific, so it will be kind of I guess a key region to look out for in the future. But again, it's clouded by political interests, security interests, and climate change seems to be constantly on the back foot. We're always playing catch up to political and economic interests in the Pacific.
Yeah, thank you very much, the team from Asia Pacific. This was a very enlightening. So much for making time to engage with the audience here, even though you're not here in person. We really appreciate it. Thank you. I think we've come to the end of our session. We'll go for lunch. I think we'll be back by 2:10 latest. Yeah, right. Okay, enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Bye, Isa.
Bye, Isa.
Hey guys. Hi. Hi. Bye. Enjoy lunch.
Hi, so nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to see you guys. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sure the team appreciate it too.
Yes.
Okay, they're going for lunch. I'm gonna go for dinner, but nice to see you. Lisa.
Nice
See
to
you
see
again
you,
sometime on
Marcella. We
campus.
miss you.
Miss you too. Yeah, yeah. I'll see you on campus sometime for sure. I'll come and visit. Yeah.
Okay.
How's everything going? Good. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty nice.
Glad to hear it. Awesome. Again, thank you for your support. See you next time.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hola, Michelle.
Hola, Michelle.
Hola, hola.
Hola, Michelle. Todavía nos falta como unos 15 minutos, creo. Empezamos a las 9:10, creo, para Buenos Aires.
Ah, ok, genial. Ah, súper. Qué alegre verla, mucho ánimo. Lo van a hacer súper bien.
Sí, qué lindas.
Gracias.
So maybe that one could be off. I don't know if it's picking up something.
This one is not, it's just a.
Yeah, so she was saying that there were two mics on. Yeah, it's just mirroring, okay.
Porque por ahí no.
I kept making the same point, kept making. Yeah, the same point. So, okay, I checked out on board, but it's now. Just set across.
Ah, Manuel tampoco.
Actually, I'm sorry to bother you, but do you happen to know how to turn this on? Oh, they're not here. Is he not here? No. And we are already behind.
Screen sharing is 2 seconds.
It seems like I don't know. No, get to the bathroom. Okay, so just sorry. Yeah, como I'm gonna have this on my hand, so I wanted to use this one. So,
Okay.
yeah. With the phone. Maybe let's see what we can. I know. Wait, let me see. I think it's working. No? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Oh. Oh, you got it. Testing. What about now? No, right? I can hear you. Now it's turned on. Now it's on. Yes. Now it's off. Oh, okay. I get it. Thank you.
Yes, you could perform a little bit. You should wear something black.
I'm sorry, Manuela, is this screen sharing from here or from there? Because the slides were changed. So we have the right ones in here.
Just do a test. Move the slide down. Do you see your new slide?
No, I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Try again. Magnus, the slides are not moving.
I'm setting up before. Yes, working. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a nice time and enjoyed your lunch. This afternoon, we are going to be listening or hearing from the Latin America and the Caribbean team on their research projects. They'll be presenting to us. We have 4 students and also their coordinator who is in the room with us. So before we start, I would like to invite you, Raquel, to make like say a word or two, and then you can allow your students to continue with their presentation.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Teddy, for the introduction. At first, we would like to thank to Teddy and the African Team Research coordinated by Ademola for their valuable contributions during the process, as well as to the University of Pretoria and the Global Campus of Human Rights for this enlightening academic exchange. Our team is composed by Ana Laura Feitosa from Brazil, Gina Bertolone and Mayra Scaramucci from Argentina, and Diana Suarez from Uruguay. The title of the research, still provisional, is The Latin America and Caribbean IGP's Enigma, an inquiry of natural disasters and climate change related displacement in Honduras, the Bahamas, Peru, and Brazil. Before the team explain the main questions, objectives, and study cases of the research, I would like to introduce some main characteristics and challenges about the region. Internal displacement in Latin America and the Caribbean is an historic and contemporary phenomenon. In fact, for several decades, armed conflict has been the major trigger in the region. Since the 80s, armed conflicts were the principal cause of internal displacement of hundreds of thousand people in the North Triangle of Central America. For the same period in South America, Peru was particularly affected by another internal armed conflict. As a result of the actions of insurgent groups such as Sendero Luminoso and the state responses, 600,000 people were displaced along 20 years. To these cases, it needs to be added the internal armed conflict in Colombia, perhaps the most iconic case in the region. Along 50 years, this conflict affected at least 10% of its population. And according to the IDMC data, for the end of 2021, nearby 5.2 million people still continue in an internal displacement situation. Later on, the violence that came from gangs and drug cartels has prevailed in other states such as Mexico, where crime gangs and paramilitary conglomerates occupied an important place as expelling agents of local population. About these processes through the region, some regularities about IDPs can be traced. Among them, it is a fact that internal displacement has particularly affected both in quantitative and qualitative terms to indigenous people and members of ethnic minorities. For example, the Colombian population that has suffered the most from violence have been rural and Afro-Colombian communities of the Pacific. In Guatemala's and Peru's processes of internal displacement as well, the most affected population were the campesinos and indigenous people. However, the consistent body of evidence shows an increasement in the last 2 decades of internal displaced persons due to natural disasters and the effect of climate change. In particular, it is important to mention that has also increased the frequency and intensity of weather-related disasters and extreme events such as storms, flood, or droughts. As it was mentioned in the previous presentations, it is necessary to focus on how social and economic actors, models, and activities affect and deepen this process. Moreover, between 2008 and 2020, more than 26.2 internal displacement were reported in the context of more than 1,600 disasters. According to the global report on internal displacement of this year, disasters were the main trigger of the internal displacement in the region, accounting 1.7 million people. At this point, it is important to notice that when dealing with sudden onset disasters, The forced character of the displacement is easily identifiable since the time lapse between the sudden effects and human movement is in general brief. However, slow onset disasters involve long-term accumulative and cyclical processes, making it difficult to visualize them. In this point, it is important that states of the region recognize people involved on these situations as ADPs and apply the same legal and policy frameworks as in the sudden onset situations. Also, it is necessary to mention that few Latin American and Caribbean states includes human mobility and internal displacement in particular as a strategic topic in their climate policies and norms, while many others lack of such approach. The other point I would like to introduce, and as we will see in the presentation of the research, is that the region is still far away from produced secure data to assess and monitor the effects of disasters and climate change. Actually, the availability and accessibility of data vary significantly between countries. It is important to monitor and make legible affected people in order to propose evidence-based solutions toward the protections of ITPs. As Veronica Gomez mentioned yesterday, conception from below about territory, climate change, nature, or even the representation or images from the state are part of the discussion. Finally, an intersectional approach in terms of gender, class, age, ethnicity, among other variables, is essential for a complex analysis that takes into account different scenarios, trajectories, and perspectives about internal displacement. In this point, intersectionality is more a question that has to be resolved from specific context than an assumption of general categories. Thank you, now, Anna.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ezequiel, for the introduction and for your guidance throughout our research. And thanks a lot again to the Global Campus for this amazing opportunity. Hello everyone, I'm Ana Laura from Brazil, and today we're going to be discussing our developing research on ID in the region. So, to be honest, it was a very complicated task to focus our research due to this vast nature of ID causes in Latin America and the Caribbean, further referred to as LAC, to shorten it, and the visibility of the issue. Also, as stated by Ezequiel, Colombia is the most iconic case when it comes to the region, but their analysis would have to be quite focused and specific in order to fully grasp the situation. And so we actually decided to investigate the future main cause of internal displacement, as stated by Dr. Manfred yesterday, by approaching internal displacement induced by climate change related disasters in the region through 4 local analyses. As you can see, the Bahamas, Honduras, Peru, and Brazil. Because, as also stated by Cecilia in her keynote speech, millions of people will continue to be displaced by natural disasters, and governments must address it for its emergency. In that sense, the general objective of the paper is to cover how the 4 elected countries deal with this type of internal displacement, both legally and pragmatically, in order to understand if it's a significant issue to those states or not. Specifically, it aims to expose how different groups of people experience internal displacement in each of the settings, and if public policies consider those individual needs. We'll get into each of them later on, but it's important to mention that these nations were chosen due to their ID numbers in recent years and to cover the 3 regions of LAC, that is the Caribbean with the Bahamas, Central America with Honduras, and South America with Peru and Brazil, which were specifically chosen for the amount of money unleashed by climate change and domestic legislation. So, in order to have a better grasp about the situation, we'll jump a little bit into the international agenda in place in the region by looking at the regional framework provided by the Organization of the American States, the OAS. And it's essential to know that we don't have instruments such as the Kampala Convention, and the actual ratification of international treaties in LAC is a complex topic, as the practical responsibility attached to it isn't as direct as some of the other regions in the world. Nevertheless, the OAS has tackled ID very promptly in 2014 in the General Assembly resolution, as you can see that urged member states to respond promptly and effectively to the needs of internally displaced persons in the event of natural disasters, including needs related to risk prevention through domestic effort, international cooperation, and also through the dialogue with the internally displaced persons and the communities affected by internal displacement. And well, that is precisely what has been said in the last few days about when it comes to dealing with IDPs and the importance of the guiding principles, which certainly guide that resolution. Further, not only the OAS has to be mentioned when it comes to the international agenda in place in the region, but also the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, the ICHR, since its sentences and interpretation of international human rights law are considered guidelines as to how the member states themselves must apply them in their domestic justice systems due to conventionality control. So without further ado, I pass the floor to Mayra.
Thank you, Anita. Well, hi, I'm Mayra from Argentina. So the origin of the factors that cause displacement in the region are varied and mostly occur in context of armed conflict and crimes of genocide and crimes against humanity. Aviv mentioned, as you can see in the slides, Aviv mentioned, you can see in the slide, the right of freedom and movement of residents of the Article 22 of the American Convention was addressed by the court in the case of Chitainat versus Guatemala. On numerous occasions, the court has had to task deciding on issues linked to the forced displacement, like the case of La Masacre del Mozote versus Ecuador, or our Verónica Gomez mentioned yesterday, the Operation Genesis versus Colombia, or Operación Genesis versus Colombia. In relation to the local normative, they are related to legal categories which develop at different levels, but this process does not necessarily occur in coordinated or efficient way. Like my colleague said before, we will focus on the study of 4 chosen countries that specific cases. I hope that we will be able to see how the impact of natural disasters have been increasing the recent years. Well, I'm going to start with Honduras. Honduras is a Central American country with coastline is on the Caribbean to the north and the Pacific Ocean to the south. In 2020, more than 4 million people were affected by the hurricanes Eta and Iota. Despite that, when we analyzed the structural causes of internal displacement in the region, the emphasis is usually placed on the study of factors like insecurity, corruption, inequality, but it's very little mention is made of a climate change factor. We wonder then what are the reasons for this. It may lie in the fact the historical drivers of EPDs were concentrated on the violence in the region, such as armed conflict or the presence of drug cartels and gangs linked to criminal activities like Los Malas. And in this point, it's important to say that the relation between the insecurity and the possibility to return to their homes as climate ADPs, especially because those are occupied by another people or by gang members after having been evacuated, of course, after the disaster climate. And since the last few years, Honduras has been exposed to environmental with intense activity as a result of climate change. It's important to mention that the Central American systems, in the integration system as known as SICA, gathers a number of countries in the region, like Belize, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Panama. In the framework of SICA, the issue of climate change and the risk of management is on an agenda. In this context, And in relation to the particular issue, the Coordination Center of the Prevention of Natural Disasters in Central America has been created, with managed climate disaster prevention and risk reduction project in the region. Nevertheless, the development of work on internal displacement persons in the concept of climate crisis is not as extensive as on refugees and climate migrants. Actually, in Honduras has a permanent contingency commission under the Secretary of State of the Offices of Risk Management and National Contingent, which is important to propose the coordination and elaboration of prevention project and development emergency plan. Within the legal framework, it's important to mention that the law on national contingents is in first article stipulate that it will regulate contingency situations in the territory caused by the alteration of natural phenomena and which are qualified as emergency and disasters, like you can see in the pictures. The storms are getting stronger due to the climate change. Nunca había visto una tormenta así, say the victim, which means I never seen a storm like this before. These hurricanes, which later became tropical storms, significantly affected Honduras, especially because they occurred a year marked by SARS-CoV-19 pandemic. According to the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center of report of 2020-2021, torrential rains and storm winds caused by the passage of ETA and IOTA combined in 1 year the number of displacement persons that previous 12. This situation of structural violence and the climate crisis hit women, children, and elderly people very hard, and their lives and social environment. Many of the women and queer Santination who have not been able to return to their homes after the passage of both storms went to shelters. Where they case of sexual abuses were reported, especially because at the time of the personal hygiene, and this is the long list of violation of rights suffered by internal displacement women in times of natural disasters. The struggle of social indigenous and peasant organizations to demand the real environmental protection, which is pending issue in Honduras. Although the government announced at the time of cleanup operation and half of the victims felt they are not alone, wherever it's clear that such policies are not enough. We must never forget that the numbers are people, and if what is done is not enough, it costs lives and dreams. So thank you and for attention, and Diana.
Hi everyone. Okay, I'm going to talk about this country that is really interesting, the Bahamas, the most vulnerable countries in the world to the impact to the climate change, and the risks are notorious. It is a country that has 700 small, low elevation islands and cays, and is part of the Caribbean countries that face a hurricane season from June to September every year. Even though these natural hazards like tropical storms, hurricanes, earthquakes are common in the region, they have increased in frequency and in ferocity. Before 2019, hurricanes damaged mainly infrastructure and private property, but it was not common that they would provoke large-scale displacement until Hurricane Dorian suddenly appeared. Okay. It was the strongest recorded hurricane to hit the northwestern Bahamas. The main areas affected were Abaco Island and Grand Bahamas. In those areas, people did not have, of course, access to shelter, water, food, communications, or even electricity. According to a global internal displacement database, the Bahamas had in the past IDPs related to some storms. But in 2019, the amount of internal displaced persons reached the record with the highest number, 9,840 persons displaced. That is more than the accumulated number from the past 4 years. Yeah. So due to this, at least 20% of the population was affected. According to the collecting and using data on internally displaced persons, more than 70,000 people were affected. 30,000 were left homeless or jobless. 75% of the housing was affected. And depending on the sources, the amount of death, because there is a lack of data, is between 70 and 200 people. Also, the material damage is estimated on $3.4 billion. One of the main challenges that has a country like this is the internal displacement is across the island. So it's really difficult when something happens in an island to be able to move to another one. What happened with this hurricane was that the damage in the airport was devastating. So that also with the local government was displaced and they didn't have the resources to clean up and rebuild the effort. That led to a combination of public and private transport for the evacuation, but that delayed the transportation 3 days. And that is a lot of time when you are in a situation like this. Despite the numbers, for us it is essential to explain that this has had a different impact on IDP groups. Some of them were most affected, such as Haitian migrants and the LGBTQIA+ community. For this group, the situation increased the pre-existence inequalities and vulnerabilities in what they found themselves before. For example, in terms of economic difficulties, whether or not they have families or social network. As I said before, you need to move to another island. It's really difficult to have family there. And well, that is a problematic. But not only that. Also is the access to information and communication technologies that we're going to talk later. There is a risk. Some of them didn't want to stay in the shelters because of the threat of violence. And this is important. The support came mainly from the NGOs. For those that didn't have a social network or economic resources, it took longer to be resettled. But not only that, some of them didn't have a house to come back. Before the hurricane, they were settled in irregular settlements that were destroyed. So that made they were in a situation of even more risk than before. But of course, they needed to look for shelter. But they were afraid, as I said before, but it's important to say that they were afraid to face violence, being pursued, or even being deported in the case of migrants. Yeah. And that is something that we want to make, because it's different how the impact is in some people and how is your situation in the country. Well, the challenge that means. Well, there are some pictures that you can see. I'm going to close about the Bahamas with, we want to highlight one of the measures taken by the government that is the inclusion of a legal framework called Disaster Management Regulation for Electronic Communication Sector in the Bahamas. The aim of is to make network resistant, speed up the restoration of services, and to reduce the time without service in this event. Well, telecommunications play always a fundamental role in these situations during all the stages of what happened. Before the event, when I say event, is the hurricane. Before the event, they make it possible to detect alerts and provide directions to define the step to be taken to keep the population safe. During the event, the population can be informed of what is happening. For example, if conditions are getting worse, they can communicate with agencies and be informed new directions or provisions to be taken into account to keep them safe. And after the event, they are essential for any rescue that needs to be done and to organize help. But not only that, in addition, it will help to reduce emergency mortality, the number of people affected due to the disaster, the direct economic loss, the damage to critical infrastructure that can lead to a disruption of basic services, and increase the availability of early warning systems and the access to proper information. Therefore, we don't have access to the mechanisms of accountability. This is like what's new, but at least we think that like a specific measure to consider an interesting initiative to prevention and response. Thank you. Now, continue with the presentation of the cases. Gina.
Thanks, Diana. Good afternoon, everyone. I am going to talk about one of the most exposed countries in the region, which is Peru. Peru is located in the western part of South America with a total population of 31 million. Its large territory, which is one of the 20th largest in the world, is distributed in 3 different regions facing different challenges due to its complex geography and extreme climate, which have increased because of climate change. In regards of IDPs, it has been a particularly worrying phenomenon in the recent past due to the internal armed conflict in the 80s and 90s. That tragic episode in history resulted in the death of around 70,000 people and forced displacement of 600,000 people. But there are other reasons that we must pay attention in order to describe the whole phenomenon. Massive internal displacement has also occurred in Peru as a result of natural disasters of a geological or climatological nature. And currently, this is the main, most alarming reason. Displacement also happens because of development and mining projects in minor proportions, but numbers are not clear for us at this instance. According to the IDMC, between 2008 and 2019, more than 650,000 people were displaced. Most of these were caused by climatic phenomena known as El Niño and La Niña, which have alternating cycles of extreme drought and unusual rainfalls. The impact caused by these natural disasters are devastating in terms of infrastructure, housing, and livelihoods. For instance, the 2017 event left more than 1.5 million people affected in the area. This event has caused the most disaster displacement in the last decade, and to date, many affected people have still not been able to recover from the effects of it. Of course, in the most unequal region of the world, disaster affects more vulnerable persons harder. For example, in La Libertad, Piura department, there are 20% of extreme poverty, and women are the majority of this population. At least 30% of them do not have a personal income. 1 year after the event of 2017, 11,000 people still lived in temporary shelters without access to basic services, such as the lack of communal areas and spaces with a clear functional division or any precautionary measures to mitigate risks of gender violence. Nearly 3,000 were women whose particular needs were often left unattended. But Peru is one of the countries with the most advanced legislation on the topic. As we can see at the slide, it includes international and national laws in climate change and human movement, as well as sustainable development, risk reduction, and environmental impact mitigation. Although at the present, this legal framework isn't sufficiently coordinated within one another, and its implementation and financing represents a permanent challenge for the government. Here we can see an example of how this legal frame works. This is Nueva Ciudad de Belén, a government resettlement project for vulnerable persons from recurrent floodable area. Despite good intentions, this project was implemented without participation of community, so it didn't take into account their livelihoods and social networks. Due to this, some of the relocated people have returned to their original homes, exposing themselves to risks. It is important to remark that Peruvians historically have developed adaptation strategies to cope with the natural context, but it is necessary to address climate change consequences in order to anticipate and minimize possible negative impacts. When adaptive capacity is exceeded, when life is in danger, displacement occurs, and there is a risk of a large-scale displacement if the necessary precautions are not taken. Now, Ana Laura will continue presenting Brazil.
Thank you so much, Gina. I think you all can hear me, right? Okay. So, as you can now see, I'll be talking about my own country. And so, I apologize beforehand if I'm not as objective as my colleagues. Well, firstly, it's important to have in mind that Brazil accounts for roughly 1/3 of Latin America's population. And because of that, any human mobility in the country greatly affects the numbers of the region. So very generally, the three main scenarios that can lead to internal displacement in Brazil are political and criminal violence, the so-called development intervention and projects, and of course, natural disasters. Well, historically, migration and internal displacement from the Northeast region, which is the pink one over there, to the other ones in the country was so big that it's even taught to us throughout middle and high school. Yet the term, internal displacement or IDPs isn't brought up at all, since as that movement is perceived only as a migratory one. But in fact, the people were forced to leave due to extent of droughts that caused lack of access to food and water, and also job opportunities. That happened mainly during the Cold War period, and in fact, my own grandparents were displaced from Bahia, which is the bigger pink state, to Rio de Janeiro, which is the one pointed out in the slide. So, and they came when they were children by themselves without any financial means. Still, to this day, internal displacement in the country is fundamentally connected to pre-existing vulnerabilities of specific population groups, especially the ones residing in densely populated urban areas and others living in rural settings. Well, meanwhile, Brazil's been under a far-right government since 2019 that has issued
a lot of climatic skeptical declarations, even though, according to the IDMC, the total sum of future displacements in the country could hit more than 200,000 people only by floods. So that is without taking all the other natural disasters and triggers to ID into account. So that brings me to our specific approach on Brazil, since not only due to its continental size, but to the different backgrounds of each state, it would be impossible to talk about the whole country. So taking that into account, we chose to work with Rio de Janeiro, and that state has been suffering with huge storms that cause floods and landslides throughout recent decades. But it has been a greater issue during these last years as rainfalls are getting stronger and also happening more often due to climate change. So, as you can see, you can, sorry, I don't know what happened. Okay. As you can now see, this is the city of Rio. I'm sorry, I couldn't find a map with the whole state. It's very hard to get this type of data. And all those red dots are what we call favelas. That is housing conglomerates that were built by the poorest population and usually located in hills when it comes to Rio. So some of you might be wondering, why am I talking about this when it comes to internal displacement? And that's specifically important when talking about IDPs, because naturally occurring events isn't the only prompter to displacement in poor neighborhoods. Rather, it is the precarious nature of housing infrastructure, the location on hilly or swampy terrain, and the density of the population clusters, to mention a few, that turn what somewhat would be routine crises into major catastrophes. And so it's safe to say that different economic classes face the phenomenon of internal displacement very different. Not only that, but also communities of color. In that sense, it's useful to shed light into how these favelas firstly came into place. Because as stated by Dr. Veronica yesterday, it's very important to look back in our history to understand what's happening nowadays. So, Brazil was the last country in the continent to abolish slavery in 1888, and it did so without any kind of provisions or compensation to these people, leading them to completely build their lives from the ground up by themselves, and that of course included housing. So these conglomerates made by them turned into what we now know as these favelas, and Black people are still the majority in those settlements. Likewise, they're much more vulnerable in Brazil due to racism, which is a huge issue in the country. So hence, the concept of environmental racism also has to be taken into account when analyzing IDPs in the region, in regions such as Rio, because these racialized / low-income communities are disproportionately impacted both by climate change and internal displacement. Moreover, climate justice must also be taken into account, as highlighted by Dr. Zoll and the previous team this morning, as it's a key concept and approach to internal displacement. So we shall take a look at some pictures just for you to fully grasp what is really going on in the city. So as you can see, inequality is easily acknowledged when it comes to Rio. And that reality shift is very present in the city. As you can see, these huge buildings built by rich people, of course, is where they live, and these housing conglomerates like side to side. So besides that, you can also observe how landslides affect these areas. This picture here was taken earlier this year in Petrópolis, which was the case that we further looked into in our draft. So what happened in that scenario was that earlier this year, in February and March, storms struck the Imperial City to an extent so great that more than 200 landslides were reported within 24 hours. And more than 233 people were reported dead. So in spite of these great impacts unleashed, that unleashed internal displacement, there's still a huge lack. It shocked me, sorry. There's still a huge lack
of legal framework and public policies in general and intersectionally. The one and only good example of a long-term solution is the, bless you.
So touched.
Is the City of Rio Operating Center, is the one you see in the picture. So this is a monitoring point that controls daily operations and integrates different city departments to handle crises and emergencies. And so it serves as a prevention policy to internal displacement, amongst other things. Still, it's something only foreseen in the city of Rio de Janeiro, and it has not been expanded to the state nor to other nearby cities. It has been expanded to foreign cities though. It would have certainly helped a lot in the Petropolis case, for example, but although it has been in place, although this dynamic has been in place for more than 10 years, it was founded in 2010, this hasn't happened yet. Well, summarizing, IDPs remain not being taken into account whatsoever, despite undoubtedly existing not only in Rio, but throughout the country. And of course, deserving to be acknowledged in order to have their human rights protected. So thank you very much for your attention. And now I'd gladly pass the floor on to Diana, who will show you our final considerations. It is shocking.
Anita. If you can hear me, okay. Thank you, Anna. Now I'm going to finalize the presentation, introducing our final consideration or the main point that we would like to highlight. Climate-related displacement has yet to take the relevance it deserves due to the current crisis related to it, which will be worse over the years. So, although as demonstrated before, there is abundant regional and domestic legislation related to climate issues has been found, the reality in practice is quite different, especially because displacement caused by climate reasons has not given a role in those national frameworks. And this point has been shown in the testimonies of the people as is focused in the analysis of the paper. The issue doesn't count with the amount of attention it should get from the government in our region. There is a blind spot on the local national agendas, with the exception of a few cases such as the Peruvian one mentioned by Gina. Also, it is fundamental to have data in order to make really adequate solution for each population, since the way in which state register and also identify their population have impact on how effective public policies can be, as well as how the person conceive themselves. But it's also important to mention that, as Veronica Gomez said yesterday, this thing about collecting data is also difficult, because some IDPs do not want to be identified as it. And also, well, as I mentioned before, in the case of the Bahamas, there are some issues. So it's not so easy to do it, but it will be helpful, of course. Furthermore, Latin America and the Caribbean region is diverse in political context, social situation, and even geographically. So the treatment of internal displacement and climate change challenges has also been like heterogeneous and opposed. In the same way, and this was mentioned before, the pre-existing inequalities were enhanced in every of the cases. There is a common denominator, though, that are groups that face more at risk, than others. That means that not all IDPs have the same resources or need the same solutions. there is a different impact, which shows the lack of adequacy of policies that contemplate really the particularities of different social groups in each scenario. Likewise, on Monday, a colleague mentioned the invisible within the invisible, which added to the lack of public policies and data make invisible more invisible yet. It is necessary real commitment and interdisciplinary policies carried out with consensus, and also, and this is so important, listening to the affected communities directly. It is fundamental for politicians to understand that there is no more time, that the emergency is now, and public policies need to be developed along with specific studies with urgency. As we have seen before, some groups need specific solution for their care and recovery. In that sense, having intersectional and human rights approach is important to make suitable solution according to each group. For example, in the case of Honduras, adequate solution for women and children. In the Bahamas, Haitian migrants and LGBTQAI+ community need other types of measures. In Peru, the focus is on women from rural settings. And in Brazil, low-income communities. So we cannot highlight this enough. IDP need to be at the center of everything that involves them. It is important to increase or even start to promote their participation, bringing their voices to the process, being participant of public policies and emergency measures in order to design and implement adequate and durable solutions. We know that it is a challenge and it means to put effort and resources to do it, but that can really change how this problematic is approached. Thank you so much.
Very much. The team from Latin America and the Caribbean, for a job well done. You showed us how it's important to consider context, that even though we're working in these same countries, but they have different scenarios, different vulnerabilities that we cannot generalize them. So I would like to give the floor to the team who read the paper and have got some feedback or questions for them. Yeah, the Africa team. You're welcome, Jeff.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for your presentation. We enjoyed reading your paper, and it really touched on issues in that part of the world. However, we have just some few concerns that we would like you to improve on the paper. For example, the paper touches on issues around conflict, right? You talk about armed conflict in some respects. For example, you talk about structural violence, sexual violence leading to displacement or return of people. I think in Honduras, you talk about gang violence, all of those. But then if you look at the title of the paper, it doesn't seem reflected in it because the title is about natural disasters and climate change-related displacement. So we also thought if you are bringing these aspects of displacement, then maybe your title should be able to capture that. In the abstract, you talk about articulating commonalities in different groups of people. I'm sure you're referring to maybe women, children, or like you mentioned somewhere the LGBTQI community. However, the way it is written in the paper, it doesn't come out clearly. What we expected was to see, for example, you go to Peru and say how these groups are affected. You go to Brazil and see how these groups are affected. So you do that, but we didn't see it coming clearly. However, we recognize that there are places, for example, in Peru, we talk about women and children, we very touched on it in the Peru case. But we don't see women reflected in the Bahamas situation. We don't see it also with the Brazil analysis, even though in the Bahamas situation, you talk about LGBTQI community. So we think that you should just cut across the analysis to focus in these different countries, how these groups have been affected. Then talking about the legal framework, you also promised in your abstract to give us some analysis of the legal framework. You touched on it in some respects, but also, like I said, we didn't see it cutting through the different countries. So, for example, in Brazil, for example, there is no mention of legal framework in Brazil. In Peru, yes, he mentioned, he talked about the National Disaster Management Framework, he touched about it a bit, but then one law thing that was very important, the 2018 Framework Law on Climate Change. You talk about it, you just mentioned, but you didn't explain what this particular law was about. I think it's very important that you tell us, since you obviously said you're going to investigate these laws. Yes, in Bahamas, of course, you talked about the disaster management regulations for electronic communications, but you didn't really talk about it on the Bahamas, so we thought these laws were very important. Then in terms of the international law and policies on how they can apply to a situation, how they are useful, you mentioned a lot in the paper. You talk about the COP, the Sendai framework on disaster risk reduction, the OAS General Assembly resolution, but then when it came to the paper, I mean, in the final analysis, the conclusion, we didn't see how these laws are relevant and how they can have to improve the local context. So these are just our few recommendations. More solutions.
Thank you. And I think I want to give it back to the team to respond to these comments.
Thank you. Can I start? Okay, so first of all, we do mention armed conflict a lot, but those are just mentions to add context to the region, since it was and still is the main cause of internal displacement in Latin America. But the focus of the paper is for the ones triggered by climate change. So in our opinion, since the armed conflict isn't the objective of the paper, it shouldn't be mentioned in the title. But then again, it's just a provisional one since it is a development research. Well, about the second one, the vulnerabilities being different in each country, our approach were made to be different in each country because each country has a different reality. So we decided to look into vulnerabilities that were more foreseen in each of the settings in order to have a better grasp of each reality. So 3 was legal framework. To be honest, specifically about Brazil, I was responsible for it. We didn't have enough time to look at the legal framework, but then again, Brazil doesn't really have one. It does have a national plan that kind of addresses it, but there's nothing on internal displacement. As in fact, internal displacement, there isn't even a word that's used in Portuguese, at least in Brazil, for it. We use the term deslocados, which means displaced, as in displaced persons, but that's usually only used to the ones displaced by development projects, because those are very common in Brazil, like dams and highways and stuff like that. So it isn't really used in armed conflict situations or climate change related internal displacement. So international law policies. I'm sorry if we didn't mention it in our draft, I'm not sure, but in the presentation I did say a little bit briefly in the introduction that it's very hard to talk about it in Latin America since it has different it differently affects each country. We can further analyze it in our final paper, but for example, in Brazil, once Brazil ratifies it, it has to, the treaty has to go to another level of internalization to actually be considered part of the constitution, because that's how that works in Brazil. Human rights international treaties become part of the constitution, but only after they're approved by no, it's not 3/4, it's 3/5. I don't really know how to say it, but by the great majority of both the Senado and the Câmara dos Deputados, which would be the House of Representatives and the House of the legislative houses. Well, and they have to do it twice for it to be in the Constitution. So in fact, the American Convention of Human Rights, which is arguably the most important convention within Latin America, isn't even part of the constitution. It's considered super legal. I'm not sure if this is the term in English. In Portuguese, we say super legal, which is above the constitution. We are a civil law system, so. You all want to ask something about your countries, or I hope I managed to answer the questions. We will further look into it in our paper, but we have to consider that everybody's presenting a draft. It's a developing research, so, well, thank you very much.
Like everybody is Diana? Anna, yes, answered on behalf of the entire team. So I'd like to take this opportunity to open it up to the rest of the audience. And are there people with questions for the team? Yes, please do come forward, and then you will, because we need to have this transcribed.
Thank you for your presentation. Maybe this is not doesn't go to the core of your topic, but you mentioned in the conclusion that some of the people do not want to identify as IDPs. So I really wonder that I find this interesting. If you have any insight, why is that?
Okay. Yes, I was talking mainly about Haitian migrants in the Bahamas. It can be other cases, but they face risk like being deported, moving away, yes, being persecuted. So that is the reason. That is the reason, for example, they stay with NGO shelters and not in the official shelters, you know. And when you have a population or a group that is more at risk, well, it can happen that they don't want to be seen, but we need to acknowledge that and well take other measures that is not only about the registration. Yeah, thank you so much.
Any more questions for the group from the audience? Okay.
You can ask if you want. It's okay.
Maybe it's a sign that you did a good job. Everybody's happy with your presentation. I want to take the honor to say thank you for the job well done. And thank you for spending your time. Yes, I guess we have come to the end of the session. Of course, you have time to talk about some of the things outside of this, auditorium. You don't have to be limited by being here. So please, when you're out, you can still, discuss what has emerged from here. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Oh, announcements.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very interesting. I think this was the second presentation I could sit from beginning till end. Two announcements. Janet is here. For those of you who want to go to the Javed Art Museum, you can go drop your bags and then come. Unfortunately, it closes. The bus is waiting, so 5 minutes only. Another announcement. Yes. Tomorrow for the bride's barbecue, we are going to be outside. So please be very, very, very warm. Warmer than yesterday. Yes. You can ask the reception if you can take the blankets with because it's gonna be cold. So please be very, very, very warm. Dinner at the cafeteria is until 8 o'clock. So if you're having dinner here, please make sure you eat between 6 and 8. I was informed that they close at 8. But I think that's it for now until I remember something else. Enjoy the afternoon. For academic affairs, come sit. Marky's here. She will take a group photo of those who are here. Yes. Sorry? Dinner at the cafeteria is from 6 to 8 o'clock. Yeah. Maritime, Manuela is the one who will be using.
We're meeting at 3:30.
And you're meeting at 3:30 in one of these rooms. Okay, not for this. Maybe swing, okay. No, I would say. Oh, okay. Enjoy the evening, everyone. And be very, very, very warm tomorrow for the day. I was so nervous.
It didn't show.
No, quieren que la